Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
This isn't about cameras. It's about getting a better shot, so you can get a better result. A great photo of your property is more important than a picture of our agent.
No mai, haere mai, piki mai, kaki mai. Welcome into Whakata Māori as we bring you live coverage of the New Zealand Diving National Secondary School Championships live from West Wave here in Henderson in Auckland, the original venue of the Auckland Commonwealth Games back in 1990. In fact, this facility was purpose-built for that great occasion. It should be an interesting afternoon of action with young, emerging divers from right around the country looking to try and show their stuff over the 3 metre and 1 metre platforms. Joining me today in commentary, a man who's represented his country at a couple of Commonwealth Games, just back from Europe, just back from China. It's Liam Stone. Afternoon to you, Liam. Welcome.
Yeah, g'day, Mark. No, it's exciting to be here, and like you said, we've got the best divers from around the country who are currently in secondary school. They'll be battling it out not only for individual titles, but also the overall title of the school winner. And we've got the springboard event and we've got the platform event. So
yep, my apologies. I came and said platform midi. I'm like, no, we've got the springboard first up, and there is a fundamental difference between the two. And again, we've got people maybe watching this for the first time that are not diving aficionados. So just a simple explanation, the difference between the two, the platform and the springboard.
Yeah, well, I mean, in a crux, the platform is a solid platform that doesn't move, and the springboard bounces. So you can see a couple of the divers practicing there, and it's similar to a trampoline in some ways, where it actually springs you from the board, and you get a lot more height, whereas a platform is just a solid surface. Okay,
so Liam, these divers will all be going through, I guess, some pre-competition protocol, which you'd think are established, and what are they trying to do in their warm-up? What aspects are they tending to focus on in terms of getting their nervous system up to get themselves in the zone?
Yeah, well, I mean, other than getting physically warm and ready to use the body, they'll just be practicing a few of their dives. Some divers will try and get through all the dives they're competing. We're doing 5 dives in this event coming up. Other divers will do what we call some lead up. So you might have a 2.5 somersaults that you're going to compete, and you'll do just the 2 somersaults, just sort of practicing the takeoff, and like you say, just sort of getting the nervous system primed and ready to go. Some divers will just practice their entries, just sort of get the feel of the water, things like that.
Okay, so we're talking about 5 dives each. Every dive there is a difference to it. Each dive will be allocated a degree of difficulty, and that's up to the diver. They determine that prior to the start of the competition. Do they have access to coaching? Do they have access to getting feedback between dives?
Yep, so you might be able to spot a couple of coaches on the side of the pool there giving corrections and cues for the divers. So during the warm-up, they can do that after each dive. During the competition, they'll be there watching, and generally after your dive, you'll go and check in with your coach and just get a few corrections and pointers for the next dive coming up. You might be able to see there in the background as well, there's actually some TVs with a sort of a running replay that we use in training, so we can get our correction from the coach, and then we can go and have a watch of it ourselves, and so we're using that visual learning aspect as well.
Small but very vocal crowd, and let's just talk about the scoring. So we have 5 judges who get one look at it. They don't get a television replay. They don't get to slow it down and watch it in slow motion. The highest scores and the lowest scores are removed to get rid of any possibly perceived bias. We don't think that exists here in New Zealand, but it's the international.
Yep.
And then what they add up the scores of those 3 remaining judges and then multiply that by the degree of difficulty for the dive.
That's right, yeah. So essentially a perfect raw score would be 30, and then you'd multiply that by the degree of difficulty. So each dive has a degree of difficulty that we represent with a number, and the harder the dive, the higher the degree of difficulty, but then equally the harder it is to pull off well. So in theory you can get more points from a higher degree of difficulty dive, but you've still got to execute it.
Let's 5 dives each. Let's talk about the takeoff points or the position on the springboard. Are there 5 different diving positions in terms of the takeoff?
Yeah, so there'll be, I believe, 6 rounds, but we've got 5 categories of dives. So there's a forwards rotating, backwards rotating. They're pretty self-explanatory. Then there's what we call reverse, where the diver is jumping forward from the board but spinning backwards. And then there's inwards, where the diver is jumping backwards but spinning forwards back towards the board.
As we go through the 5 rounds, is the start of the dive, is that in sequence? Does everybody have to, the second round, everybody stays, perhaps come onto the springboard with their back, say, facing the pool? Or
No,
do you
so
get to choose what you want to do each round?
You get to choose. So long as you cover the 5 groups, it doesn't matter what order you do them in.
And I'd imagine then, based on that, athletes will have strengths and weaknesses, and that will then also determine the degree of difficulty for that dive.
Correct, yep. So there may be a case where some divers will do a 1.5 somersaults. Some divers might do a 2.5 somersaults if they're stronger in that direction. And we've got the different positions in the dive as well. So we'll see tuck, where the divers sort of scrunch their legs up into a little ball, or pipe, where they've got straight legs.
Okay, you often see in football, players will step up on a football pitch and go and take a penalty. Some days the goal just looks huge and they think, I can't miss. Other days, for whatever reason, it just looks smaller and you don't think you can score. Yet the dimensions are exactly the same. So we have a similar thing in diving, where different pools provide a different sense of visual perception and depth.
Yeah, absolutely. There's an element of the environment. There's also an element of how you're feeling in yourself. You know, if you're feeling really prepared and confident and strong, the dive sort of feels as though it's easier to do. Some cases, some pools, the board feels higher or lower than it actually is in other pools, which can play on your mind a little bit, but of course it's exactly the same.
How important is the entry? Is that really the make or break of a dive? I mean, you do everything beautifully through the air, but you either over-rotate or under-rotate.
Yeah, I mean, in terms
does that ultimately have greater weight on it?
In terms of judging, it probably is one of, if not the most important aspect, but it is certainly not the only aspect. I mean, it's the last thing the judges see, and so if it's a great entry, they're going to be left with a great impression, but you can't get a great entry if you don't have a great takeoff or start of the dive. So from a coaching point of view, we actually want the start of the dive to be more correct, and you set yourself up with a higher jump and faster rotation, and then you've got a better chance of actually finishing the dive with a good
So if you get the first part right, there's a better chance you're going to get the second, third, fourth, fifth part of the dive right.
Exactly, yeah. And that's how we'll train as well. We'll kind of break it down into segments, and we will focus on the takeoff quite heavily, and then we might practice some entry specific work as well. But obviously you've got to do the takeoff before the entry, and like you say, you get that first step right and you've got more chance of the next few steps going right as well.
Yeah, I hope you are enjoying coverage here across Whakaata Māori on our YouTube channel as we count down to the 2023 New Zealand National Secondary School and Intermediate School Diving Championships from West Wave. If you are in the Auckland, Greater Auckland region, you do want to get along and watch some aerial acrobatics, then we do encourage you to get along. Liam Stone, Commonwealth Games representative, alongside of me, bringing you all the expert analysis. And Liam, before we do get underway, yourself, you've been away, you've been overseas, you've been continuing and progressing in your own diving journey.
Yeah, it's been a big year. I mean, we're coming up to the Olympics pretty fast. So earlier this year I was in China and Canada, and then just recently we've been in Japan for the World Champs, so that was the start of the Olympic qualifying process. We're off to Brisbane at the end of the year as the New Zealand team for the Oceania Champs, where we'll be fighting for a couple of Olympic spots as well, and then later next year to another World Champs in Doha, and that'll ultimately determine who qualifies a spot for New Zealand for Paris in July. So it's all pretty pointy end of the cycle now, and we're all sort of just prepping for the next couple of competitions coming up.
And part of this, we've got schools from right around the country taking part. I see a number of South Island schools represented, which has got to be good for the sport, that it's not sort of focused in one particular area of the country.
Yeah, that's right. It's exciting. We've got our Christchurch pool being built currently as we speak, so I think it's due to finish in a couple of years, and hopefully once that happens we'll have another diving club build back up down there, and more divers.
Just for people watching diving for the first time, we've got a lovely little pan shot here of the springboard and clearly the platform. Just take us through the different heights.
So the Tweenie here is currently on the 3 metre springboard. Below that you can see the lowest board is a 1 metre springboard. We've got 3 metre springboard, and then we've got the platforms.
And of course the one everybody wants to see is the 10 metre platform.
That's right, and that's the highest, which we won't see in this event yet, but this is Tweenie Allen kicking us off, and she's started with an inward 1.5 somersaults pike, so that's where you're spinning forwards but jumping backwards in the pike position with the straight legs.
And the degree of difficulty on it of 2.1, and what did you make of that dive?
Yeah, well, that's a good start for Tweenie. I mean, generally you want to start with a dive that you're comfortable with, you know you can perform well under pressure and kind of get yourself into the competition and press the judges and build some momentum for the rest of the event.
So Carmen Judd at Rangitoto College now, inward 1.5 somersaults, degree of difficulty of 2.1.
So same dive as Tweenie did there, and she's done a good job of it. A little bit sideways from the angle we were looking at, but the judges, it's quite hard to spot that because they'll be watching it from the side, so she probably won't get penalised for that. You can see the difference, 7 versus 5.5. One judge may have picked up on it and one may not have.
Okay, so Sophia Hitchin, now she is also going off the 3 metre across the other side out of Diocesan, inward dive, degree of difficulty of 1.4. Good confident start from her.
Yeah, so here we've got the same direction but the half a rotation, so an inward dive. So judges are looking for nice straight legs, pointed toes and a vertical line on entry, and she's achieved that. So 7.5, you've got to be happy with that. That's a good start.
Okay, now we move on to Marley Lovett from Western Springs College, one of the local schools in central Auckland. Not too far from Chamberlain Golf Course, where my fellow commentator Brendan Telfer, who will be in the hot chair tomorrow, plays a bit of golf. And another good start from her too. And so degree of difficulty on that inward dive pike of 1.4.
Yeah, good start from Marley. So she's doing a forward approach, as you can see. So that little walk or run up is what we call a hurdle, and they'll use that to bounce the board and get height, and the judges will take into consideration how high they jump.
Now, first dive coming off the 1 metre springboard, and this is Pipley out of St Cuthbert's College.
So same dive there, but from the 1 metre springboard, so which is slightly harder because, as you can imagine, you've got less room to fit in the same amount of somersaults. She's done a good job. Pip's very strong and powerful, so she jumps very high, and she has a gymnastics background, so she's got good pike shape and good lines, and has transferred well to diving. Now,
one of the locals out of Henderson High School, big roar goes up for her, Renelle Mullman, degree of difficulty of 1.3.
So Renelle was on a different board there in the background, but she's started with a strong dive for her, a forward dive pike.
This then is Lexi Findlater of Rangitoto College, Auckland's North Shore. And degree here of 1.4, so not a difficult dive.
So So judges will be looking for really good form and lines, pointed toes, straight legs, things like that.
Yeah, nice start. Good body position, nice clean entry.
Yeah, good from Lexi. She's got really nice lines. So on the entry, the judges will want to see the diver be vertical. So you don't want to be sort of over-rotating or under-rotating. And Lexi's done that. A little bit of splash popping up, but 7s are a good start for her.
Westlake girls representative, J. May Tan, off the 1 metre springboard, degree of difficulty of 1.5.
Yeah, and so same dive again, but from the 1 metre this time. Now, Jamae was a little bit far away from the board on that, so the judges will deduct slightly for that. So they take into consideration the height, but also the distance from the board. But 6.5 is still pretty solid for Jamae.
Back to the 3 metre springboard now. It will be Jade Dockery, Green Bay High School. So West Auckland, degree of difficulty of 1.4 metres. An inward dive. Good start for the young athlete out of Green Bay.
Very good from Jade. She's a powerful diver. She jumps really high, and you'd have noticed her entry was quite good on that. So not a lot of splash, which the judges will like. Reason she's not getting the 7s is her pike shape was a little bit open, so we want to see the chest touching the legs if possible to show a really good flexibility in the
now,
pike.
Gemma Kenyon, Hamilton Girls High School, off the 1 metre springboard, 1.3 degree of difficulty. He never really was in control, was she?
Yeah, so you would have seen at the start she was leaning quite far forward, and that's going to create obviously momentum going quite far away from the board.
Yeah, we should underestimate too just how nervous some of these young athletes are, and sometimes it's just a case of nerves.
It's certainly not easy, you know, being on that board and the whole crowd's watching, the judges are watching, you've got this one chance, and there's a lot of pressure.
Luca Guthrie, another one out of Green Bay High School. Good start from the youngster, degree of difficulty of 1.3.
Very good from Luca. Really high, great pike shape, and really good entry. Her feet were a little bit flexed, so we want to see those feet pointed a bit more, and it was hard to see from that angle, but she was slightly shorter vertical, so that's why she's not getting sort of 8s and 9s from the judges.
Now the first of our boys in action, Joshua Malawat of Liston College, another school here in West Auckland, forward 1.5 somersault off the 3 metre springboard, degree of difficulty of 1.6. Plenty of height.
Yeah, Josh is one that's sort of one to watch for the future and coming through, and he's very powerful and got great lines. So 7.5 from judges is a great start, and he'll be happy with that. You'd have noticed his entry was what we call a rip entry, so the diver's sort of ripping through the water with no splash.
So Adam McCullum out of Kristen, private school on Auckland's North Shore, inward dive with tuck, 1.3 degree of difficulty. Just a little over rotation on the entry.
Yeah, so you can see Adam obviously over rotated and a slight twist as well, so the judges may or may not have picked up on that, but that's why he's being underscored compared to the dive we saw before, 4s and 5s. So he was over rotated, bit of splash kicking up.
And our Ken Kimura of Avondale College was up next, but just making the adjustment across the far side there on that springboard. So we'll talk a little bit about that shortly, but they can adjust the spring on that springboard. Avondale College, you've got a long way forward.
Yeah, not pretty good from Khan. I mean, he's, as you said, a little bit far away from the board, and that pike shape was quite open. So ideally, we'd want to see him go up in the air and fold in half with his chest touching his legs. There was quite a bit of space between the chest and the legs, and it's not easy to do.
So we now move into that second round. It rolls through very quickly. So the divers now change it up in terms of the type of dive. So Tuini Allen, forward 1.5 somersault, degree of difficulty of 1.6.
So you'd have seen she was a little bit sideways through the entry, but I don't think the judges would have seen that because they're watching it from the side. And it looks like they haven't, because Sevens is really good. I mean, Tuini was nice and high. She's got a good pike shape. You can see there she's folded in half and not too much splash kicking up. So good dive from Tuini.
And Carmen Judd again. So back 1.5 somersaults. Degree of difficulty of 2. Good to see divers looking for a little bit more ambition on that second round.
Yeah, so that's the first twisting dive we've seen. And Carmen's done it excellently. So it's, often we'll see the diver over twist or under twist, but Carmen's done a good job of being nice and square and beautiful entry. And the judges have rewarded her.
So it'll be Sophia Hitchin now out of Diocesan. Her dive is a back dive. 1.8 is the degree of difficulty for the youngster. Good second up dive, showing some good consistency.
Yeah, so good entry. 6.5, so her pike shape was a little bit open. She didn't quite touch her toes, so we want to see the diver. You'll be able to see in the replay here. She gets nice and high, but just touches her ankles, not her toes, and so the judges will just penalise a little bit for that.
So we've got Marley Loffett from Western Springs College. Degree of difficulty now 1.9.
And good dive from Marley. So inward 1.5. This is the first tuck position we've seen in for this dive, and she's done a great job of it. 7s and 6.5. She was a little bit over a vertical on the entry, which is why she would have just been marked down a little bit. And here's Pipley doing the same dive but in the pike position, so you'll be able to see the difference between a tuck and a pike. Judges looking for good straight legs and vertical entry, which Pip has done. That's a great dive for Pip. She'll be happy with that. 6.5, 7s.
Yeah, I think just getting the nerves out of that first round, isn't it? You're slowly starting to relax a bit more.
That's right. They start to sort of establish their routine and build some momentum into the event. So here we've got Lexi Finlater doing a front 1.5 somersaults.
Yeah, Rangitoto College.
Oh, hang on. We've got Ronell in the background.
Okay, so Ronell Moore, there we go.
Yeah. Doing a back dive pike. So it's harder to see there in the background, but the back dive pike, which we saw early on the 3 metre, and she's done a pretty good job of it, just jumping a little bit too far away from the board. So the judges will penalise a bit for that. 6s and 6.5s coming through, which is solid for Ronell.
Yeah, Henderson High School. Great to see so many schools in this sort of central West Auckland region involved in the sport of diving. And now we do see Lexi Finlater from Rangitoto College.
Yeah, and good from Lexi, and she's another one that's come through the ranks and just recently been in Singapore for an international event, along with a few of the other divers in this event. And beautiful height there, great pike position, and a really good entry. A tiny bit of splash, but the judges don't get the replay like we do, so that would have looked a lot more impressive in real time. 7.5 is great.
Now J May Tan, Westlake Girls High School, whose second round dive, degree of difficulty of 1.6.
So front dive pike, so you may have noticed in her pike shape her knees were bent a little bit, and she'll get penalised fairly harshly for that, so that's why the 5s are coming through. So you'll see here in the replay, she jumps up nicely, that's good, but the legs just a little bit bent and then a bit over a vertical on the entry.
Now to Green Bay High School, here's our next diver.
So great dive from Jade. So that's front 1.5 pike, and she's gone way up in the air, so the judges will reward that height. And she had a great entry, a rip entry, mentioned before, sort of no splash, diver rips through the water. We call it a rip entry. Really high. She's a very powerful diver. Got good lines, nice pointed toes. Great dive.
Yep, Gemma Kenyon out of Hamilton Girls High School in her second round dive. Degree of difficulty of 1.8. Yeah, a lot to like about this youngster, but just a little bit of over rotation there on the entry.
Yeah, so that's the first dive we've seen in the reverse direction. So the diver's rotating backwards but jumping forwards. So you'll see here she's rotating back towards the board. Just kicks a little bit shorter vertical, so see there her legs picking up with a splash on the entry.
So Luca Guthrie out of Green Bay High School. What can she do now?
So inward dive pike from Luca, a bit far away from the board and a little bit short of vertical, even though she did have a really nice entry with not a lot of splash. So 6s. If she was a bit closer to the board, we may have seen 7s and 8s. But good lines, good form.
Yeah, now first of our boys back in action, Joshua Maliwat, 2.1, so an increase in the difficulty from his first round. At Liston College, first round dive was a 1.6. This is a 2.1. Starting to take it on. That's a good dive from him. Nice clean entry. He'll be happy with that, the young man.
Great dive from Josh. Some of our first 8s we're seeing, and that's a pretty good dive to do it on. It's not the easiest dive, but great pike position, beautiful entry, nice and vertical, not a lot of splash. That's good from Josh.
Yeah, it'll be Adam McCallum up next from Kristen. First round, his degree of difficulty, which was an inward dive with a tuck, was 1.3. Now 1.7, and just loses it on the entry.
Yeah, long way round. It was he was just sort of ran out of room when he was rotating, or was rotating a little bit too slowly. So quite short of vertical. So you'll see here he's gone up pretty nice and high. That's good. Good pike shape, but just runs out of room and lands short of vertical.
You've got to understand too, a lot of these athletes, some of them will be a little bit further in their progression in terms of their diving career, others at the start of it, so it's all about learning.
That's right.
As we now have a look at Can Kimura out of Avondale College, degree of difficulty on this of 2.2. So challenges himself.
So Khan is, very powerful, and he's gone way up in the air. He's a bit far away from the board, and his tuck shape was quite open, so we want to see the diver in a really small ball as they go into their tuck shape. So you'll see here he's coming in and he's just kicked straight back out again and didn't really establish a true tuck. So that's why the judges will just penalise a little bit.
Okay, so we go back now to the third round, and it's Tuini Allen from Kristen School. Degree of difficulty of 1.6.
Yeah, and another good one from Tweenie. So she's having a good event so far. A back dive pike, and she was nice and clean through the water, and had the judges want to see nice straight legs and pointed toes. So you'll see here she comes into her pike, legs nice and straight. She's pretty vertical on entry. That's a good dive from Tweenie.
Now Carmen Judd out of Rangitoto College, degree of difficulty of 2.0. So starting to take things up a notch. Oh, it's a good dive, just lost it a little bit, a little over rotation on the entry. Got a lot to like about it.
Yeah, and first time we've seen this dive in this event so far. Reverse 1.5 somersaults tuck, so the diver's jumping forward, spinning backwards towards the board. It's quite a scary dive to learn. And she's done a good job of it, just landed a bit short of vertical.
Okay, so Sophia Hitchin out of Diocesan. Reverse dive with tuck, 1.8 degree of difficulty.
So just a bit short of vertical again. So gone up in the air good, and just kicked a bit too early. So we'll see perhaps in the replay where the diver's not rotated quite enough. It's kicked up a bit too much splash. So you see here, starts the rotation, kicks a little bit too early, and then just lands on the backs of her legs a bit.
So Marley Lovett from Western Springs College. Degree of difficulty of 2.2. So high degree of difficulty and good effort.
Yeah, good from Marley. I think that's one of her newer dives, and it's not easy to pull off, but she's done a good job of it. Judges would have wanted to see a smaller pike shape, so you'll see here just her legs could have been closer to her chest and just gone a little bit over a vertical, but pretty solid all round.
And now Pipley out of St Cuthbert's College.
And Pip's done the exact same dive there as Marley did, and she'll get higher marks here. So she had a tighter pike shape and she was more vertical on entry, which meant that she didn't kick up anywhere near as much splash. So you see here she goes way up in the air in a great pike shape and nice and vertical on the entry.
Yeah, crowd certainly enjoyed it, didn't they? Appreciating the degree of difficulty too. As we now go back to Ronelle Moolman, degree of difficulty of 1.7.
Yeah, and good from Ronelle. Reverse dive pike, so again spinning back towards the board. A little bit shorter vertical and didn't really show us a tight enough pike shape. So here the judges want to see her touch her toes, and she didn't quite get to her toes, so they'll penalise for that a bit.
And now Lani Findlater from Rangitoto College. And that's good.
Yeah, great dive from Lexi. A little bit far away from the board, so we might not see 8s, but great entry. And you see the 6.5s coming through there. So that's just because she's travelled quite far away. So the judges, we don't want them dangerously close, but you do want to be reasonably close to the board and not too far away.
Yeah, 1.8 degree of difficulty too, as we now have a look at J-May Tan from Westlake Girls High School. This time comes in with a degree of difficulty of 1.5, so still very early in her diving progression, her career. We'll be wanting to just get this right, make those subtle little corrections.
Yeah, and I think she'll be happy with that. She was nice and vertical on the entry. Could have shown us a smaller tuck shape, maybe could have jumped up a little bit higher. But that entry there is pretty solid for Jemay. I think she'll be happy with that. 6 is a solid dive.
So Jade Dockery now, another one out of Green Bay High School. Degree of difficulty on this of 2.0. So really starting to stretch herself. Need to have a look at the side one, won't we?
So nearly, but not quite for Jade. So she went way up in the air, had a great what we call takeoff, spinning really fast. She just came out of her tuck shape too late. So you'll see here she's way up in the air, spinning, and she's come out now, comes out a little bit too late. She goes way over a vertical, kicks up a bit of a wave.
Now Gemma Kenyon from Hamilton Girls High School, degree of difficulty of 1.3, just wanting to execute this right. And that's a good dive, just again, a little over rotation, just came back a bit.
Yeah, so similar to Jay, just over rotating. We want to see a vertical entry, and that's going to help them not kick up any splash either. So you see here she just kind of lines up a little bit too in the wrong place.
So it'll be Luca Guthrie up next. Another one out of Green Bay High School. Degree of difficulty here, 1.6 for the youngster. Nice and composed, beautifully balanced looking athlete.
Yeah, nice from Luca. Might see some 7s here. She was slightly shorter vertical, but didn't have any splash. So yeah, 6.5 is fair for Luca. But she had a
nice progression for her though, hasn't it? We've just seen subtle improvements through the 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's right. Good pike shape, good entry, just a little bit shorter vertical.
Now Joshua Maliwat of Liston College. First of our male competitors in round 3. Degree of difficulty on this dive of 1.9. Back 1.5 somersault with tuck. Very good second round dive. Can he back it up? You can. Showing some really good consistency, this young man out of Liston College.
Yeah, good from Josh. He'll be slightly disappointed with that entry, but he had a great start to the dive. So you'll see here he's gone up really high, good tuck shape, strong kick, and just didn't quite get his hands. So the divers will grab their hands in a certain way to try and sort of sneak through the water without making any splash. Josh just didn't quite get it there.
So Adam McCallum from Kristen College, forward 1.5 somersault, 1.6 degree of difficulty with a somersault.
Yeah, and that's better from Adam. So he's almost vertical, a little bit short, knees bent a little bit in the pike shape, so that's why we're seeing the 5.5s come through. So you'll see here in the replay, the judges are looking for straight legs. They're just a little bit bent there, but the rest of the dive was pretty solid.
And that'll be Khan Kimura, Avondale College, forward double somersault with tuck, high degree of difficulty, 2.2.
Yeah, and obviously we're starting to see some bigger dives, more rotation, so two somersaults in that dive. Good from Khan, just really far away from the board, so that's why we're seeing the lower scores come through. It's not an easy dive, and it's quite hard to get a dive right when you're landing feet first.
Yeah, and I think too it's easy, isn't it, to actually bring these dives out in competition as a step up in terms of their progression.
That's
a lot
right.
of athletes will do it in training where there's not a high level of risk. Just courageous that they do bring it out at this level of competition as we go back to round 4. Tunie Allen, degree of difficulty of 2.
Yeah, and she's having a good event. That's her 4th dive, and a back 1.5 that's not an easy dive, because you know we've seen that on the 3 metre quite a bit. From the 1 metre, you've got a lot less room to get around. And nice tuck shape, a little bit shorter vertical. So just want to see that legs pointing up towards the ceiling a bit more.
So Judd Carmen out of Rangitoto College, forward 2.5 somersaults piked, 2.4, so the highest degree of difficulty we've seen here on day 1 of competition. Settle back, folks. Let's see what this young athlete can do. Huge amount of concentration. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Should be really happy with that. Huge confidence booster for this young athlete.
Massive for Carmen. That's probably the hardest dive we'll see. I think we've got a couple others doing that, but that's not an easy dive. 2.5 somersaults in the pike position, so you can't spin anywhere near as fast in pike as you can tuck. A little bit shorter vertical, but a great pike position, nice and high. Great dive.
Sophie Hitchin out of Diocesan, forward 1.5 somersaults, degree of difficulty of 1.6. Just came a little.
Yeah, so you know, similar in the air that we saw to Carmen, but on the entry, just went a bit loose in the back. So you'll see on the replay, she didn't. You know, the divers have incredible core strength. There's a lot of forces going on when you hit that water. So just here, just loses it, goes over a vertical a little bit with the legs.
So now Marley Lovett, Western Springs College, reverse dive, piked, degree of difficulty of 1.9. Oh, good dive.
Yeah, pretty good from Marley. It'll be interesting to see if the judges noticed her legs bent a little bit as she was coming into her pike, but once she got there, they were straight. So that's why you're seeing a bit of a difference in the scores, 5.5 and 7. See, they're just bent there, but then straight and out.
It's a tough sport, isn't it? Just the smallest of margins we're dealing with, folks.
That's right.
And that's the job and the responsibility of the judges as we now go to Pip Lee out of St Cuthbert's College. Oh, just lost it a little bit, didn't she? Just didn't quite get that takeoff right.
Yeah, and I think that's a fairly new dive for Pip, so it's impressive to see her, you know, doing that dive, and she almost got it. I mean, it's a game of inches, and just here she wanted to kick out a little bit earlier. She was way up in the air and just over-rotated.
Now Renelle Moolman out of Henderson High School, back on the 1 metre platform, degree of difficulty of 1.5, so she's been consistent. Another local. Good, steady, solid, consistent dive from Moolman.
I think that's probably the best dive we've seen so far from Renelle. 7s, that's great. Well deserved as well. She had a beautiful pike shape and was nice and close to the board, which is what we want to see. Good pike, and then the most important part, nice and vertical on that entry.
And now Lexi Finlater out of Rangitoto College, back 1.5 somersaults, half twist, degree of difficulty of 2.0.
So another twisting dive, so there's a lot going on, as you can imagine. You're somersaulting and twisting. So Lexi got the start of the dive good. 7s as well deserved. She was a little bit shorter vertical on the entry, but she has beautiful form. Look at those nice straight legs, pointed toes, and a pretty clean entry, just a little bit under-rotated.
And now May Tan out of Westlake Girls High School, forward 1.5 somersaults with tuck, degree of difficulty of 1.6. Off the 1 metre springboard.
Yeah, so it just shows one little mistake and it doesn't quite work, almost for Jamae, but she was just a little bit under-rotated, so just ran out of room a little bit. And that's because she didn't quite get to the end of the board. So you'll see here on the replay, she's a little bit back from the end of the board with her feet there.
Just didn't quite get that pop.
That's right, yeah.
So now Jade Dockery, Green Bay High School in Waitakere. And she's looking for a back 1.5 somersault pike, degree of difficulty of 2.2. So this will be entertaining. Oh, gutsy dive, not bad.
Yeah, good from Jade. Not an easy dive. She could have shown us a bit of a tighter pike shape or smaller pike shape. But 5.5 is pretty solid for this dive. And just here you'll see she just goes a little bit over a vertical, feet kicking up a little splash at the end there.
Now Gemma Kenyon is waiting in the wings as we just have another look at that replay out of Hamilton Girls High School. So back dive with tuck, 1.5 degree of difficulty. Again, just over rotation on that entry.
Yeah, just a little bit over a vertical. So the divers have their spots where they sort of kick their feet to, and looks like she's obviously just missed that a little bit and kicked a little bit too high, and you can see they're just going over a vertical.
Now it'll be young Luca Guthrie out of Green Bay. This is her most difficult dive so far. She's increased it to a 1.7. First dive, piked. And that's good from her. Might just be her best dive of the day. She's starting to show some real consistency, the youngster.
It's great from Luca. Beautiful entry, good pike shape. Perhaps could have been a bit closer to the board and we would have seen some 8s. But you can see this entry here, hardly any splash at all, and the judges will reward that nicely.
Now Adam McCallum, Joshua Maliwat out of Liston College. And so degree of difficulty of 2.0, reverse 1.5 somersaults with tuck. He's been good. Can he find that consistency? Oh, plenty of height. Not so good on the entry.
Ah, so close. So as you said, great height out of the board, and we've seen it a couple of times now, just missing their spot. So as they're somersaulting, the divers will look for a place on the water where they'll kind of use as a reference where to kick their legs, and I think Josh just missed it there and kicked a little bit too late.
Now one of our young divers trying to make an impression out of Kristen. Adam McCallum, degree of difficulty of 1.9, so that's a difficult dive he's taken on today. And while he maybe loses it on the entry, still a lot to like about it.
Yeah.
I think he can take a lot of confidence out of that.
Yeah, that was a great takeoff from Adam. He had great height, showed some good power. You see here, good power, and that's not an easy dive to do, spinning back towards the board. Unfortunately, just been a little bit over a vertical right at the end.
And our final diver of the 4th round will be Khan Kimura out of Avondale College. A reverse dive with tuck, degree of difficulty of 1.8. And that's a good comeback dive from him.
Yeah, and again, lots of power, great height, but just missed the entry. So Unfortunately, the judges will ping that quite heavily.
So it's been very much a case with Khan, so it's a case of now just making some adjustment, isn't there, from that takeoff, having a chat to the coach saying, hey, what do I need to do? How do I need to address it? Because you've already explained, right. You get the first part of it wrong, you're going to get the rest of it wrong.
That's right.
As we now head into round 5, and it's back to Tunie Allen out of Kristen School. Degree of difficulty here of 2.2, so inward 1.5 somersaults with tuck. Big dive.
Yeah, massive dive, and just ran out of room a little bit, unfortunately. So Tweenie would have wanted to be spinning a bit faster than that. Everything else was great, but as you can imagine, there's not a lot of room from the 1 metre to fit all those somersaults in. And she just runs out of room there and just goes a bit short of vertical.
Now Carmen Judd, Rangitoto College. Degree of difficulty 2.1. Back 1.5 somersaults with a half twist.
It's good to see these divers starting to do some harder dives as well. They're certainly not easy.
We've got to get the height, got to get the vertical.
Yeah, almost. I mean, we've seen this from the 3 metre, but not from the 1 metre yet. And, you know, 1.5 somersaults and a half twist to fit in. There's quite a bit going on. And Carmen does a pretty good job, just runs out of room slightly, but manages to sneak it in.
Now Sophia Hitchin, diocesan, inward 1.5 somersaults with tuck. Degree of difficulty of 1.9. Good solid performance, not a lot of splash on the entry, which is always a good sign.
Yeah, I think Sophia will be happy with that. 6.5, pretty solid on the entry, slightly short of vertical, but great tuck position here, nice and small, and a pretty good line on the entry.
So Marley Lovett now, Western Springs. Degree of difficulty of 2.0. Back 1.5 somersaults with a half twist. So her most difficult dive of the day. And not bad, not bad. Not perfect, but solid.
Again, you know, there's a lot going on with a twist and somersaults, and Marley was a little bit short of vertical, but she had good form with her legs and toes being nice and straight and pointed. So you'll see there, beautiful shape, just a bit short on the entry.
It's now St Cuthbert's Pip Lee, back 1.5 somersaults with a half twist. Degree of difficulty of 2.0. So starting to increase the stakes. Solid dive, good from her. You happy with that?
Great from Pip. Same dive as Marley, but she got a little bit more vertical on entry, so she'll get slightly higher scores. So you'll see here, and a lot of that was from the start, way up in the air, and she had plenty of room on the end to just figure out her entry and did a pretty good job of it.
So now Renelle Moorman, out of Henderson High School, the local school in the area. Degree of difficulty, 1.7.
Yeah, and there's a lot going on there, so it'll be interesting to see what the judges do with this, because Renelle was a bit short, but she had bent legs in her pike shape.
There's a lot to like about it, though, isn't there? There's just a couple of adjustments. You just feel with a little bit more time, maybe a little bit more supplementary work, it will come together.
Yeah, and, you know, that's not easy to do, especially from, you could see she was a little bit back from the end of the board, and it's less bouncy there, but still showing great power.
Now, Lexi Finlater out of Rangitoto College, forward 2.5 somersaults with a tuck. Degree of difficulty 2.2. Did she nail that? Did she nail that, Liam?
Yeah, she did. Nailed it, I'll say. So that's great from Lexi. So 2.5 somersaults is a lot going on. And Lexi executed this brilliantly. So beautiful tuck position, nice and vertical on the entry, and hardly any splash as well. Maybe the judges being a little bit mean there, I don't know.
J. May Tan is our next diver out of Westlake Girls High School. Degree of difficulty here of 1.6. Inward somersault with tuck.
Yeah, so there's another feet first entry, so it's pretty hard to do a feet first entry with no splash. You saw quite a big one kicking up there. But 6 is good for Jemay on that dive. it's not an easy dive to execute, even though it's relatively lower in DD. She's nice and vertical and pretty good distance from the board. Judge just bracing for a few splashes coming in.
And now Jade Dockery from Green Bay High School. Back 1.5 somersaults with a half twist. Degree of difficulty of 2.0. Poised and set to go.
Oh, so that's unfortunate for Jade. So she did all the hard work, but she just didn't give herself enough rotation. So she ran out of room. So she was up really high, but she didn't quite get the rotation part of it. So she was great on the twist. So you'll see here. So she jumps up well, but she just gets a bit stuck and just running out of room. Doesn't quite fit the whole diver.
And now Gemma Kenyon, Hamilton Girls High School, forward 1.5 somersaults.
Yeah, and again, you know, great on the takeoff, good in the air, and maybe just missing her spot on the water where to line up. So when I say line up, sort of aiming where her hands are going in the water. So you'll see here, she just drops her hands down a bit and legs fly over.
But again, another one with a lot to like, isn't it? It's just those little adjustments.
That's right.
You've got to remember too, as we say, secondary school divers, still a long way to go in their progression as we now come back to young Luca Guthrie.
Yeah, and again, you know, Luca's been pretty consistent. Nice clean entry, good shape in the air, a little bit shorter vertical, so slightly under-rotated. That's why we're seeing the 5.5s.
Again, just short on that board, isn't she? Just not quite getting that pop on the end of the board. It's just a timing issue. As we go back now and have a look at Joshua Maliwat of Liston College. Very much been the form diver. Another high degree of difficulty at 2.1. Reverse 1.5 somersaults with a half twist.
And a brand new dive for Josh, as I understand it as well. So,
yeah, pull it out in competition is not an easy thing to do. Good height, not bad, lot to like. First up, again, first time he's done it, so we do need to take that into consideration.
Yeah, well, good on him for doing it. almost. So he didn't quite get enough rotation out of the board, so he had to bend his legs on the way around, which he is allowed to do in this dive, but the judges won't exactly reward it. So yeah, some will sort of go with him and some will go against him, so that's why we saw sort of a big range of scores.
I think you've been a bit tough. I would have taken that. I would have been pretty happy with that. Hope you are enjoying coverage here across Whakato Māori as we see Adam McCallum out of Kristen. Degree of difficulty here of 1.5, just another one of the young divers. Nice
yeah,
sort of
very
first
good
entry, and really nice from Adam McCallum.
I think Adam will be happy with that. It's, as I said earlier, not easy to do a feet first entry, but he was nice and vertical. Here's Josh again, just bending the legs there, but good on him for doing the new dive.
And then it will be Khan Kimura to round out round 5. Young man from Avondale College. He's going to do a forward 1.5 somersaults, piked, with a degree of difficulty of 1.6. See what the young man can do. There's been a lot to like in parts. That might just be his best dive so far.
Yeah, I think it probably will be. Again, he's way up in the air. He's very powerful. He didn't quite get his hands, so the divers will grab their hands in a specific way to try and, you know, minimise the splash. He's way up in the air, good pike shape, and he's vertical, but just didn't quite get his hands properly on the water. Now, round 6, Tunie Allen, Kristen College. Degree of difficulty of 2.2, forward 2.5 somersaults with tuck. So this should be entertaining. Can she put it all together? A lot to think about. A good start, not bad. Pretty good from the girl from Kristen School on Auckland's North Shore. Very close from Tweenie. Great start. Just running out of room a little bit on the end. 5s, I think she'll be happy with that. Beautiful tuck shape, but just coming out of her shape a bit early. So she wanted to hold on a little bit longer and then straighten out slightly later, and she would have been vertical on the entry. You imagine too, as you get a little bit older and a little bit stronger, you tend to probably get a little bit more height. That's right. So Judd Carmen, Rangitoto College, degree of difficulty of 2.2, so increasing the stakes. Oh, just lost it a little bit on entry, but again, a lot to like. Yeah, as you said, a lot to like. quite far away from the board, so that's why we're seeing the 4 versus 6.5. So some judges will kind of go with her and some will penalise her more than others. So quite far away, but snuck it in. Managed to keep the splash down as well. Pretty good technique.
Got good pop off the board. You just see the flex on it. As we now go to Sophia Hitchin of Diocesan. Okay, just lost that. Came a long way off the front of the board, didn't she?
Yeah, so quite far out. Managed to, fit the whole dive in, but didn't quite straighten her legs out enough. So you'll see here in the replay, I think she was on the end of the board this time as well, which is good. Well, not quite. But just there, legs just stayed bent for a little bit too long. Just wanted to straighten them out faster.
Marley Lovett, Western Springs College. Degree of difficulty here of 2.2. Forward 1.5 somersaults with chuck. Can she get the height? Can she hold that vertical?
Yeah, good from Marley. And, it's, as I said earlier, it's good to see these divers starting to push for harder dives. And double somersaults is a step in the right direction for Marley. A little bit short of vertical, but great tuck position. Just under-rotated slightly.
Well, this next dive should be fascinating to watch. Young Pipley out of St Cuthbert's College, forward 2.5 somersaults, 2.4 degree of difficulty. So the most difficult dive we've seen today. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Almost just lost it though.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, some of these dives are fairly new for these divers. I believe that's a fairly new dive for Pitt. It's not easy to do 2.5 somersaults in the pike position. She's done it for a while in the tuck position. Pike is that next level harder and just runs out of room on the end there. But it's good to see Pitt making good progress.
And now we go across to Renelle Moolman. Her highest degree of difficulty, 2.2. Inward 1.5 somersaults with tuck. Out of Henderson High School.
Probably Ronell's best dive of the day, I'd say. She would be happy with that. It's not easy. Inward 1.5 somersaults on 1 metre. You're rotating back towards the board and not a lot of room to do it in. 6s on that dive is pretty good as well. Nice and high, good tuck position, and she managed to kick out vertical. I think it's a good finish for Ronell.
It'll be Lexi Finlater, Rangitoto College. Inward 1.5 somersaults with tuck. Degree of difficulty of 2.2. So her most difficult dive of the day. Might just be her best dive of the day too. Not bad.
Good finish for Lexi. A little bit sideways, but it looks like the judges didn't notice that. Everything else was nice. See there, great tuck position, strong, fast kick. She's got great form with pointed toes and straight legs. She's had a great competition.
Now, Jemay Tan, Westlake Girls High School, back somersault with tuck. Not a high degree of difficulty. Just be wanting to make those little subtle corrections. Her 6th dive of the day. Good solid effort from her, making those little adjustments asked of her from her coaches.
Yeah, so I think, Jemay should be happy with that. 5s to finish. Probably kicked out of her shape slightly too early. See here, she's in her tuck. A little bit short of vertical, which, made a bit of splash come up. But as I said earlier, it's not easy to do a feet first entry with no splash.
And now it'll be Jade Dockery, Green Bay High School. Inward 1.5 somersaults. Degree of difficulty of 2.1. Not afraid to back herself. Can she put it all together?
Good finish for Jade. We saw earlier that she was a bit short of vertical, but not on that one. She's showing her power. 6.5, so I think she'll be happy with that.
Well, she made that adjustment from the previous round, didn't she?
That's right. It's not an easy dive. She's got really long legs. It's not easy to fit around, but the fact she can jump so high helps her out.
So, Gemma Canyon, Hamilton Girls High School. Back somersault with tuck. Degree of difficulty of 1.5. Good way to finish too.
Good finish for Gemma. Maybe a little bit far away from the board, which is why we'll see that 5 there. But as far as a back somersault goes, that's a pretty good effort.
And one more of our female competitors, it'll be Luca Guthrie out of Green Bay, who's going to come up and do an inward 1.5 somersaults and taking it up to a higher degree of difficulty, 1.9. First time we've seen her off the 3-metre springboard. And good way to finish too, really good.
Yeah, Luca's had a great event. She should be happy with that. So you'd have seen she started in the tuck position and then straightened her legs out to a pike. So we call that a pike out. And the judges will be impressed with that. Kind of shows how easy the dive is for you. There's the pike there. And, you know, a little bit of splash kicking up, but pretty clean. So that's a great finish for Luca. She's had a great event.
Now, Joshua Maliwat, Liston College. I'm going to see forward 2.5 somersaults. Degree of difficulty of 2.4, so really starting to increase the stakes, really starting to put some pressure on himself. He's come so close in the previous rounds.
Oh, nearly. So he was, you know, again, he's trying this dive in the pike position now. He's usually doing it in the tuck position.
A lot to like about him, doesn't it? Yeah, and there you go.
And, you know, it's really cool to see how supportive all the teammates are with each other as well. But you see here, 1, 2, runs out of room and then he bends his legs. So unfortunately the judges will penalise quite significantly for that.
And just 2 divers left. This young man here, Adam McCallum, out of Kristen. He's going to do a forward dive. Not a high degree of difficulty, 1.3 to finish. And does that nicely.
Yeah, nice, clean entry. Nice and high, good way to finish for Adam. The 5s, that's because he's not showing us a true pike shape, so we want to see the chest touch the legs, which it doesn't quite do, but everything else was pretty likeable about that.
And Khan Kimura to round out our competition. Avondale College, inward 1.5 somersaults with tuck. High degree of difficulty form of 2.2, so can he hold this together? Well, probably his best dive of the day.
Wow.
Really good from him. Higher degree of difficulty, and he seems to do that with maybe more ease than we've seen from some of the previous dives, which haven't come with such a high degree of difficulty.
Yeah, that's a great finish for Khan. I mean, look how high he went, and he's way up in the air, came out nice and easy, and he had just about a rip entry as well. So good way to finish for him, a good way to finish the event.
Hope you are enjoying coverage here from West Wave in Henderson across Whakata Māori as we bring you the New Zealand secondary schools and intermediate school championships. We will take a break. We'll come back with more. Don't go away, folks. Plenty of diving action still to come. What is a very special day for our young emerging divers from right around the country.
Sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
This isn't about printing. It's about better results with over 90 offices right across the country in residential, commercial and rural.
I wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude for the incredible support you provided me with recently.
So I just want to say thank you for allowing me to go up north and go our first nationals tournament. For a lot of us, it was our first national tournament experience.
Also, like, your funding that helped us get up there, it's helping like people who might not have been to places like Rotorua or last year Wellington. And
losing or winning doesn't even matter. We're just grateful that we got to go. So yeah, just on behalf of the people that are a bit too shy to speak right now, just thank you.
Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
No mai, haere mai, piki mai, kaki mai. Welcome back to the West Wave Aquatic Centre here in Henderson in Auckland for the Diving New Zealand Secondary Schools and Intermediate Championships. It's been a very good afternoon of diving so far. We're about to have our medal presentation, a really special moment for these youngsters. It will be first up, it'll be the medal presentation for the girls 14 and under springboard. And we will then go down to Liam Stone, Commonwealth Games diving representative, to catch up and have a chat to some of these young athletes. Another busy program to look forward to this afternoon. We'll bring you the girls 15 and 16 springboard and the boys 15 and 16 springboard. 6 dives in all with a different degree of difficulty. So now just waiting for the official medal presentations. So the bronze medalist will be Carmen Judd out of Rangitoto College. Really special moment for her. Such a powerhouse when it comes to secondary school diving. And your silver medalist will be Pip Lee from St Cuthbert's College. Give you an idea, just 14 years of age, some of these athletes, some of them 13. And nice to have schools from right around the country. And your gold medalist and secondary schools champion is Lexi Findlater of Rangitoto College. Total score of 234.4, just 1.5 points ahead of Pip Lee. Pretty close amongst all 3 divers. It's a really special moment for all of these youngsters and their pathway as their progression in terms of New Zealand diving. Wonderful camaraderie too. They understand what's involved, the technicalities, the difficulties of it. And we'll now have the boys' presentation, then we'll catch up with both of our winners. And so now on the boys' side, in the 14 and under springboard, in 3rd place it will be Adam McCallum of Kristen College on Auckland's North Shore, just a young diver. Came here today and in fairness to him, showed plenty of enterprise. Took some of his dives up to a degree of difficulty that he's probably tried in training, but perhaps hasn't tried in competition format. Reasonable crowd watching you too, so well done to him. And your silver medalist, well, Khan Kimura of Avondale College. Famous black and white colours of Avondale. Another school not too far from West Wave Pool. Really good 4th round dive. Callum also his last dive, arguably his most difficult. And there is our New Zealand Secondary Schools champion. He was just superb today. Comfortably won this in the finish. Joshua Maliwa of Liston College, another West Auckland school. Big smile on his face. Wonderful camaraderie. So congratulations to those 3 young men. Big futures ahead of them in the sport of diving. Well, we will now go down poolside and catch up with Liam Stone, Commonwealth Games representative, and hear from both of our winners. Over to you, Liam. slight delay. This facility, of course, built originally for the Commonwealth Games in Auckland back here in 1990. So just getting both Lexi Findlater and Joshua Maliwat ready for their interviews. I imagine they're a little bit nervous themselves on TV.
Yeah.
Just looking across the pool deck, we are not too far away. So let's throw it over to New Zealand diving representative Liam Stone, catching up with Lexi Findlater and Joshua Maliwat.
Okay, so we're here with our two winners. Congratulations, guys. Lexi, how did you find competing today in the secondary schools, and how does it feel to come across the champion?
I think I did pretty good. I had a lot of consistency. I tried, that was my goal, and I just wanted to focus on some little things in most of my dives, because I wanted to compete at a chill kind of list, so I didn't have to freak out. So yeah.
Yeah, well, it obviously paid off. And Josh, you had understand you had a couple of new dives today. How was that? Talk us through how you were feeling, and it obviously paid off.
It was good. I was really nervous for the last two dives. I've never done them before, or at least didn't do them well. But I'm happy with the outcome, and I'm glad that I can work on them in the future.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations again, guys, and good luck for your next events coming up.
Yeah, very inspirational. Great stuff, isn't it? Well, coming up next, we've got the girls 15 and 16 springboard, the boys 15 and 16 springboard. We'll have representation by St Hilda's Collegiate, Albany Junior, Albany Senior School, Wellington East Girls College, Otago, Waitakere, Pinehurst Diocesan, Takapuna, Columba College, Rangitoto, Bayfield, Onslow and Rutherford. So great to have representation from right around the country. Hope you are enjoying the coverage here, courtesy of Whakata Māori, the stream shop. If you do live in the Auckland region, you are watching this, you want to get down and watch some diving, your diving still left this afternoon, and of course are in action again between 11 and 1 tomorrow afternoon. And now our divers about to be introduced for our next competition. Most of them have been through their pre-dive protocols, well and truly established at this level. Doing a lot of visualisation, having gone through the different dives, having visualised it, they would have all handed in the dives that they do want to be doing based on the degree of difficulty associated with each dive. Pretty simple system, 5 judges, the highest scores and the lowest scores are removed, leaving 3 judges' scores, which are then accumulated and multiplied by the degree of difficulty. And we've got our Commonwealth Games diver and one of the finest this country's produced, and Liam Stone. We welcome him back into commentary. Liam, inspirational, 2 very charismatic winners, poolside there, and I'd imagine big moments for them. I mean, we've all been through school, and you know there is kudos, and when you're a national champion in any sport, it's a big deal.
Yeah, it is, and you know this is a slightly different format to what they're used to, and you know they get to compete for their school instead of their club, so it's you know it's unique and it's special, like you say, and it's always a pretty amazing achievement when you're a national champion. So yeah.
Now, well, of course, we've got an overall school championship running at the moment. It will change throughout the day, but I can tell you after the synchro and junior competitions, we've got, again, this is a progressive total team score, so it will change. But in 12th place at the moment, it's Westlake Girls. 10th, it's Wellington Girls. Avondale College also in 10th. We've got Western Springs sitting in 9th. Henderson in 8th. Liston College in 7th. Great to see so many local schools on in West Auckland being so prevalent in diving. 6th, the Might of Diocesan. 5th, St Cuthbert's. Great rivalry between those 2 schools in central Auckland. And then we've got in 4th place at the moment.
Yeah, my old school, Albany Junior High, who combine up with Albany Senior High. They make up one team of Albany High School.
I thought I'd let you mention them.
Yeah.
Kristen College currently sit in 3rd on 43.5 points. Green Bay, well, what a great story for Green Bay, currently sitting on 57.5, but commanding lead at the moment, It's a school from the North Shore, the largest school in the country, and Rangitoto College with 83 points. But of course, it can change.
Yeah,
and will change.
It will change, exactly. But it's, it's good to have such deep competition now. It's, this event has grown quite significantly over the last few years, and we've got some schools that sort of weren't even a show in a few years back, and now they're sitting up in the top of the ranks.
Yeah, I didn't notice my old school, Mount Albert Grammar, in there, but we can have a word to the headmaster, I guess.
That's right.
Of course, it's that often access to pools, isn't it? Is probably the biggest challenge facing diving. A lot of schools will follow the same. It's just sometimes a lack of facilities, isn't it? And
yeah,
it's amazing what we could do with
that's right
bricks and mortar and.
Yeah, and obviously diving being more of a minority sport in New Zealand, there's a little bit of a lack of awareness around it as well. But
you need to go and win Olympic Games gold, Liam, and then it'll be on the map. Everyone will want to dive. Everyone will be walking around going, "I'm Liam."
Yeah. Well,
no pressure,
but we'll see.
The entire weight of an entire nation.
Yeah.
So we are going to get underway with the girls 15 and 16 springboard, the boys 15 and 16 springboard. And of course, each of these athletes will have a slightly different dive each round. And here we've got 7 rounds.
Yeah, so slightly older group now. The girls 15 to 16 springboard.
And it is Lucia Luxton from St Hilda's Collegiate. And she's just completed a forward 1.5 somersaults with tug, a degree of difficulty of 1.6.
Yeah, and so often the divers will kick off with a sort of a more easier, familiar dive that they're comfortable with, sort of build some momentum into the event and impress the judges. So here, really high. So obviously we're going to see some higher jumping with the older group here, and that was a beautiful entry, 7 and an 8 already to kick off the event. So good start for Lucia.
Well, we're going to see Riley Oxman from Albany Junior automatically gone straight out to a degree of difficulty of 2.4, so putting the pressure on the rest of this field early. She'll want to put a really good number on the board. Gutsy call first up. Oh, good start.
Yeah, good from Riley. So Riley was one of our divers at the Junior World Champs late last year. So she's sort of one of our up-and-comers and on the junior national team. And we should expect to see a few good dives from her today. And obviously that's a big start. 7.5s, 6.5s.
This will be Helena Olsen up next from Albany Senior High School. And a degree of difficulty of 1.5, just an inward dive. And so we just go back and have a look at the replay here of Riley Oxman.
Another good dive from Helena there, so nice and vertical on the entry. Newer to diving, as I understand, but showing some talent. Beautiful pike position and a really good entry as well, actually.
It'll be Lucy Neer from Wellington East Girls College. A forward dive, degree of difficulty of 1.5, so just a nice start, really nice clean entry, just like an arrow. Really good positive start from Lucy Neer.
Yeah, well, the divers are coming in hot. They're done some, we've seen a few 8s already. We only saw a few in the last event. Obviously, there's a slightly older group, and Lucy's one to watch for the future. Beautiful lines, and that's showing us a rip entry there, so that's where the diver rips through the water and has no splash, and the judges will reward that quite significantly.
So just adjusting the pop there, the length on the board, the spring for Olivia Nilsson of Otago Girls High School. A forward 2.5 somersaults, high degree of difficulty at 2.2 with the tuck. Another good start too. Entry maybe not as clean as she had hoped, but a lot to like first up.
Yeah, and this is a big dive to start with, front 2.5. And, she did a good job in the air, showing us a good tuck shape, just running out of room a little bit and a bit shorter vertical there, as you can see on the entry.
Yeah, and that vertical, as they get older, get stronger, more supplementary work, get more spring, get more vertical. As we now go to Erica Poltridge, Waitakere College, degree of difficulty of 1.5, a forward dive. What can she do? good start. Maybe just a little bit of over-rotation on entry.
Yeah, showing some good power at the start of the dive, really high. Unfortunately, at the end, she was a bit over a vertical and actually twisted a little bit. So you can see there's a difference of 4 and 6 there with the judges. So some of the judges may have noticed the twist and some may not have. They don't get the replay like we do. But you see there, she just twists a bit as she goes through the water. So that will be penalised.
Now Zoe Atkinson, degree of difficulty of 1.3. And nice start from Zoe as well from Pinehurst School.
Yep, good start from Zoe. She's a good distance from the board. 6.5 is solid. She was, pretty vertical. We probably would have wanted to see a little bit of a smaller pike shape. But keeping the splash fairly to a minimum as well.
Isla Sella, diocesan, an inward 1.5 somersaults with tack, high degree of difficulty, 2.2 off the 1 metre, vertical important here. Good pop, not bad first up. She'll be happy with that, Isla Sella. High degree of difficulty.
Yeah, good start. 6.5, she should be happy with that on that dive. There's a lot to fit in and not a lot of room. So spinning back to the boards will be quite scary as well. Beautiful tuck shape, and then great technique through the water to keep the splash to a minimum. The divers will grab their hands in a specific way.
India McCarthy, Takapuna Grammar School. Degree of difficulty of 1.5, so just a really nice clean start for her. Again, solid performance to kick this competition off, just to settle the nerves.
Yep, good start there, and the judges are looking for nice straight lines, good straight legs, pointed toes, and we can see that in the pike shape there. Nice and vertical on the entry, a little bit of a splash, but that's a pretty solid start.
Now Elizabeth Dearden of Columba College, forward 1.5 somersaults. Degree of difficulty of 1.7. Nice start.
Very good start. So front 1.5 on 1 metre, it's harder to fit in, but Elizabeth's done a good job. 6s, she should be happy with that. See, she's just a little bit away from the end of the board and a little bit over a vertical, but pretty solid way to start getting to the competition.
Wellington College girls now represented. Agata Solinas, 1.5 degree of difficulty, so just a really good entry dive from her. Nice clean entry. We need to get the side on look to put that in context, but good first up performance.
Yeah, pretty solid. 7.5, she'll be happy with that. A couple of 6.5s. She was nice and vertical on the entry, but just kicked up a little bit of splash. We would have wanted to see a bit of a smaller pike, although that's pretty solid. Right, I think she should be happy with that.
First of our under 15, under 16 boys in the springboard. Kobe Fox out of Rangitoto College. Degree of difficulty of 1.6. So again, a reasonably good level entry dive to kick this competition off. Again, good clean start from him too. Just a really good, solid, consistent dive.
Yeah, great entry for Kobe. He comes from a gymnastics background. He's really strong, and he's got good lines.
I always say that with gymnasts. If you have gymnastic career, either get into diving or get into pole vault.
Yeah, well, obviously a lot of crossover, and a lot of successful divers and pole vaulters originated as gymnasts.
So RG Forges from Bayfield High School, 1.6 degree of difficulty, and again, just keeping with this consistent form, and that is one of consistency. Good solid dive from him.
Yep, same dive there, and another good entry. Just a little bit of skew on that hurdle, but managed to save it and kept the splash to a minimum. Judges liked it. Off to a good start for the whole event.
Well, I've got to say, in terms of the degree of difficulty, it's the girls winning the battle at the moment. Now, Ross Miller, we saw him last year, Onslow College, Wellington Diving Club. 1.6 is the degree of difficulty here. Forward 1.5 somersaults. Oh, good.
Good from Ross. A little bit skew on the entry. He was a bit short of vertical, but Ross is very powerful, and he's one of our national divers on the the junior team, and been champion in this event before, so we should expect some good dives for him later in this event.
We now move to Tanner Costin, Rutherford College. good height. Slide over rotation on entry.
Yeah, exactly that. So Tanner, very powerful. A little bit over a vertical, but kept the splash to a minimum. I think 6.5 is fair on that. We'll see how high he goes. Way up in the air. Good pike position as well. Just a little bit over there. So rotation.
Now move on to round 2. It happens very quickly here, folks, at the West Wave Complex in Henderson in West Auckland. As we go back to Lucia Luxton of St Hilda's Collegiate. Degree of difficulty here of 1.4. So inward dive with tuck. And again, good solid second effort from Lucia.
Beautiful entry, a rip entry, no splash. 7.5 and an 8 there. And a 6. One of the judges obviously saw something they didn't quite like. But you can see she's a good distance from the board. Nice and vertical, beautiful toe point. Great dive.
Riley Oxham, Albany Junior High School. Expecting here a back 1.5 somersaults, half twist. Degree of difficulty of 2.0. Consistent, solid, clean.
Yep. Solid from Riley. She probably would have liked a slightly cleaner entry, but 7s, she'll be happy with that. First twisting dive for her, and great form in the air, nice and vertical, just missed her hands a little bit to get that no splash entry.
Helena Olsen, Albany Senior High School. Degree of difficulty of 1.4, inward dive.
Yeah, and solid for Helena. I think we'll probably see some 6.5s here. Oh, not a bad guess. 6.5 from every judge. So probably would have wanted to see a slightly smaller pike shape with the chest touching the legs.
Great height though, didn't she?
Yeah. Yeah, showing some.
There's the thing, there's always something to like about your dive, and there's probably always something that you're not happy with.
Exactly that.
Just trying to get that consistency and bring both of them together. So we now look at Lucy Neer out of Wellington East Girls College. A good game, boy. Looked nice and streamlined when she hit the water, didn't she?
Yeah, Lucy's a very talented diver, and our first 9 of the day, which is good to see. Probably well deserved. She's got beautiful lines. See that great pike shape, nice and vertical. Really good from Lucy.
Now it'll be Livia Nilsson from Otago Girls High School. Degree of difficulty here of 1.9, inward 1.5 somersaults with tuck.
Great dive. So nice and clean entry. She showed us what we call a pike out, so we'll see in the replay she starts in the tuck position and then straightens out her legs into a pike to see where she is, and that shows the judges how easy the dive is for her. So she's in a tuck, straightens the legs, then straightens out, and no splash. Great dive.
Erica Poltridge, Waitakere College, inward dive 1.4, so not a high degree of difficulty. You want to absolutely perfect this. Beautifully poised, nice start, good entry, solid dive.
Good way to come back from Erica. Her first dive, if you can remember, a bit over a vertical, but that one's much better. 7s, should be happy with that.
So Zoe Atkinson now from Pinehurst, as we just go back and have a look at the replay here.
So good pike shape and nice and vertical on the entry. That's what we want to see.
And now this is Zoe Atkinson, degree of difficulty of 1.5 from Pinehurst in Albany on Auckland's North Shore.
Yep, so an inward dive pike for Zoe. She's a little bit far away from the board. And I think she was still a little bit piked on the entry, so that's why we're not seeing the 7s. But you'll see here she doesn't quite fully straighten out at her hips. But 6.5 is a solid.
Now, Isla Sella taking things up to a degree of difficulty of 2.2, forward 2.5 somersaults with tuck. Tough dive.
Oh, and she's done a great job of it. Obviously just a little bit of splash there, but she was vertical. She had a great tuck shape. She was nice and high in the air. 6s from the judges. Good tuck shape. She's vertical. Just didn't quite get her hands in that special way that we do to make no splash.
Indy McCarthy out of Takapuna Grammar. Degree of difficulty here of 1.5, just a back dive with tuck. Let's see what she can do. And just under rotates.
Yeah, so that just sort of kicked her legs a bit too low, so the divers will have a spot sort of on the wall or on the ceiling that they point their toes to, and looks like Indy just miscalculated there a little bit. So you see here she jumps up to her tuck shape, kicks the feet, but they're just a bit too low, so she's a bit under-rotated.
It'll be Elizabeth Dearden from Columba, and she has a degree of difficulty here of 1.7, reverse dive. Good height, nice. Good dive from Dearden.
Yeah, good showing there of the reverse dive, nice and vertical, showed us a good pike shape. Yeah, touching the toes, that's what we want to see. Nice and vertical, a little bit splashy, but I think she'll be happy with that.
Agata Solinas out of Wellington Girls College. Degree of difficulty here of 1.4, so not really pushing herself in terms of difficulty, just wanting to make sure that she gets the basics right early. Then going like an arrow. Like to have a look at the side on in regards to the rotation on entry.
Yeah, I think she was pretty spot on there, but just didn't quite get that entry. You'll notice there's a bit of splash kicking up. Good pike shape, pretty vertical, just kicking up a bit of splash, so the judges will penalise a little bit for that.
Now Kobe Fox, his second round dive out of Rangitoto College. Kobe here with a degree of difficulty of 1.7, a back dive with tuck.
Yeah, and that's nice from Kobe. Should possibly see some 8s here. Beautiful rip entry, nice and high, 7.5. So I think he may have just been a little bit short of vertical. I think see here in his tuck shape, just touched his knees. We wanted him to touch closer down to his ankles to create a smaller shape, but that's a beautiful dive.
Archie Vorges from Bayfield High School. Great difficulty of 1.4, good consistent dive. That's two very good dives from Archie.
Yeah, they're having a good battle, and well-deserved 7.5s and 8 in there, primarily for that entry. So he's shown us a good pike shape, and then look at this entry, no splash. That's what we want to see. We call that a rip entry.
Well, Ross Muller now from Onslow College takes it up a notch to 2.1 in terms of the degree of difficulty. Inward 1.5 somersaults. Starting to build some experience now, this young man. Oh, good from him. Really good.
Good from Ross. You know, it's not exactly an easy dive, and he's done a good job of it. 7s, got to be happy with that. He's shown us a good pike position. Shown us his power. Look how high he gets here. Way up in the air. Good pike. Nice and vertical, just a little bit splashy. Everything else, pretty good from Ross.
And our final competitor of round 2, Tanner Costin. Tanner out of Rutherford College. 2.4 degree of difficulty here. And good. Good, yeah. Considering the degree of difficulty.
Impressive from Tanner. It's a big dive, and he's almost got it, just not quite. You can see him shake his head there. So you can see how powerful he is. He goes way up in the air and just runs out of room a little bit, so he doesn't quite get his hand. So obviously a bit of splash kicking up.
Okay, round 3 kicks it off, and it'll be Lucia Luxton, again out of St Hilda's Collegiate, degree of difficulty of 1.2. And a good solid start to kick off round 3. No real difficulty on the dive.
No, but
what'd you make of the execution?
Well, she's having a great event. I mean, all of her dives have been beautiful and clean. You know, she's showing good lines. She's on, not quite on the end of the board there, but she's nice and vertical, and I mean that entry is, you know, near perfect, so I think she'll be happy with that.
So Riley Oxham now, high degree of difficulty, 2.1, a backward, 1.5 somersaults, half twist. Needs to get the height, needs to set this up early. Comes up a little bit short.
Solid from Riley. That's not an easy dive to do on the 1 metre. Obviously there's not a lot of room on this board versus the 3 metre. So she comes around, just sneaks it in. Doesn't quite straighten out at her hips, so she was still a little bit piked.
Helena Olsen, Albany Senior High School. Degree of difficulty here of 1.6. Inward somersault with tuck.
Yeah, and I think she'll be happy with that. It's not easy to do, you know, to execute a feet first entry well, but she's done a good job of it. A little bit far away from the board, so we'll see in the replay, you know, she travels a bit too far backwards. So the judges will take off for that a little bit, but everything else is pretty nice about that.
It is now Lucy Neer from Wellington East Girls College. Starting to just take things up a little bit here. Highest degree of difficulty for her so far at 1.8. That's what we like to see, the athlete just building throughout the competition.
Oh, and that's great from Lucy. I mean, it'll be interesting to see the scores here, but there's not a lot wrong with that. She's shown us a beautiful pike position, 8.5 and a 9. So we'll see here, she goes up, legs nice and straight, reaches all the way over her toes, perfectly vertical, and a rip entry. Not much more she could have done on that.
So Olivia Nilsson out of Otago Girls High School. Oh, again, really consistent, Livia. So that was a degree of difficulty of 1.6, forward 1.5 somersaults.
Yeah, and we're seeing some great entries in this event, especially from the girls. So we'll see here, she's on the end of the board, that's good. Pretty good pike position, but that entry, rip entry, is going to be very heavily rewarded by the judges.
Erica Poltridge from Waitakere College, back dive, degree of difficulty of 1.8. Another athlete just looking to try and build in this third round.
So solid from Erica, a little bit over-rotated, so the judges will mark down for that. She was nice and close to the board, which is a good thing. But just here, her legs just flick over a bit, which is everything else, you know, she did all the hard work.
Now we go to Erica Poltridge, degree of difficulty of 1.8, back dive.
Yeah, and a solid dive for Zoe there.
Yeah, my apologies, Zoe Atkinson, in fact.
So her legs were apart. I don't know if you could notice. Now, I don't know if the judges would have noticed that or not, because they're sitting side on. You get a better, you can see a little bit, feet come apart there. So she'll get quite heavily penalised for that, unfortunately. But everything else was, you know, she did a pretty good job of it.
So Isla Sella, degree of difficulty here of 2.1 out of Diocesan in Auckland, inward 1.5 somersaults. Another good, consistent, solid dive. Just lost a little bit on the entry, but good performance.
I think she'll be happy with that. As you said, just a little bit over vertical on the entry, but this takeoff, you know, she showed us a good pike, and her feet just flexed a bit. She pointed them at the end, but in the pike shape, they weren't quite fully pointed, so the judges probably would have.
Indy McCarthy out of Takapuna Grammar on Auckland's North Shore. Inward dive, not a high degree of difficulty, 1.4. Looking to just be consistent. Looking to just gain valuable competition experience. Yeah, showing consistency.
Yep, so, you know, pretty solid from Indy. A little bit shorter vertical, which was kicking up some splash. A little bit of an open pike shape. So you see here, just want the chest to touch the legs, didn't quite, but, you know, not too much to dislike about that. 6.5 is a pretty solid dive.
So now Elizabeth Dearden, inward 1.5 somersaults. High degree of difficulty here, 2.2 out of Columba College. So big dive for her. Solid, not bad. Again, just that slight over rotation on entry.
Yeah, but as you said, solid, and be interesting to see what the judges come up with here. 5.5, 6. It's probably fair. So you'll see here she was pretty close to the board, which is a good thing. Nice, just a little bit over and sideways actually on.
Yeah, it's a lot to get in, isn't it, when you consider the height of the board? And
it certainly is.
We now have a look at Agata Solinas out of Wellington Girls College. And a degree of difficulty here of 1.7. So just slowly taking it up again. Back dive with tuck. Again, lovely. Really nice.
Good lines from Agata. A little bit over a vertical, so that's why she's not, you know, fully getting the 7s, but everything else was good. She's got good tuck position, and see those legs nice and straight. Just kicked up a bit of splash at the end there.
Now it's Kobe Fox. Inward 1.5 somersaults. Degree of difficulty of 2.1.
Had a good event so far.
Out of Rangitoto College. Largest school in the country. Highest degree of difficulty so far for him.
Oh, and that's unfortunate. He's just ran out of room a bit, but the reason for that is he jumped so far backwards, so he didn't give himself the best opportunity to rotate.
So too much horizontal, not enough vertical.
That's right, exactly. So you see here his hips sort of shift backwards. He's travelling away from the board, and he just doesn't have enough rotation to fit it all the way in. Albeit he kept it pretty clean.
Archie Forges from Bayfield High School. He's coming in now with a back dive. Degree of difficulty of 1.6. So another one who will just be wanting to absolutely execute this to perfection. And again, just a little under rotation on entry.
Yeah, a little under rotated. Did a little bit of a funky thing in his pike. His legs went apart a bit. You'll see here as he comes to touch his toes, his feet go apart there. And then landing slightly shorter vertical. So judges will penalise a bit for that.
Now, Ross Miller out of Onslow College. Back 1.5 somersaults. Another high degree of difficulty at 2.2. Good to see him really progressing from what we saw 12 months ago in terms of adding to that repertoire. Oh, good height.
Yeah, almost for Ross. As he said, amazing height. He's very powerful. He just didn't quite get into a small enough pike shape. So you want to see his chest and his stomach sort of touching his legs, and they were just a little bit open. So you'll see here, there's just a bit of a gap between the chest and legs, and then the legs bend a little bit.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? One part leads the next. If you get one part of it wrong,
that's right.
Next component is not quite right either. It can fall apart very quickly as Tanner Costin now from Rutherford College steps up. High degree of difficulty here, 2.4. Gutsy dive. What does he pull it off? Does he pull it off? We'll have to wait for the judges.
Yeah.
Lot to like, and then maybe a level of frustration as well.
Yeah, big dive for Tanner. I mean, 2.5 somersaults, you know, it's a lot to fit in on the 1 metre. You know, we've seen lots of it on the 3 metre. It's a bit back from the end, so he didn't get all the height that he could have. And he snuck it in. He did a pretty good job. You know, he wasn't quite vertical, but I think he'll be happy with that.
Now, Lucia Luxton went back to round 4. This is going to be a back dive with tuck. Degree of difficulty of 1.5 from St Hilda's Collegiate. Really just looking for consistency, and she's been that certainly through 3 rounds. Another beautiful entry.
Yeah, I mean, another one. All of her dives so far have had that same rip entry, you know, the lower DD, but she's executing them beautifully.
Now,
good tuck shape, beautiful leg line. So the leg line, you know, being straight legs and pointed toes, the judges will take that into account.
So Riley Oxham, inward 1.5 somersaults, high degree of difficulty, the highest we've seen so far today at 2.4. Off the 1 metre springboard. This will be busy.
Wow, and a good good effort from Riley. Like you said, it's a big dive to fit in on 1 metre, and we've seen a bit of it in the tuck position, but not too many in the pike position. So pike being with the straight legs. And Riley has a beautiful pike shape, good leg line, and keeps splash to a minimum as well. So I think she'll be very happy with that dive.
It'll be Helena Olsen out of Albany Senior High School. Degree of difficulty here of 1.7. So a step up from her. A little under-rotated on entry.
Yeah, I mean, she did a good job with what she had. You'll see in the replay that she was quite far back from on the end of the board, so it's not quite as bouncy, you know, further back as it is right on the end, so you don't get quite as much height. But she managed to sneak it in and do a pretty good job of it.
So Lucy Neer from Wellington East Girls College. Degree of difficulty here of 1.6. Oh, she's been good all day, hasn't she? Lovely entry again.
Yeah, she has. She's very talented as Lucy, and she's got, as we've seen, beautiful entries. Seen a few 9s from her today. The reason we didn't see a 9 on that is she was just travelling quite far away from the board. Judges would have liked to see her a bit closer to the board, but everything else was executed very well.
So Olivia Nilsson, Otago Girls High School, her 4th round dive. It'll be a back dive with tuck. Degree of difficulty of 1.7. Consistent, maybe just a little under-rotated as she hits the entry.
Yeah, a little bit under-rotated. She probably would have wanted to jump a bit higher at the start, and that would have given her a bit more room to bring those legs around on the finish. So we'll see here, if she just jumped a bit higher, she kicks her legs a little bit low. So you can see how one thing leads to another. So unfortunately just a bit short of vertical.
So we're at Erica Poltridge out of Waitakere. First dive, 3 metres, 1.9. So continuing that progression in terms of difficulty.
Yeah, and good in the air from Erica. A little bit over a vertical on the entry. Looks like she's just a little bit frustrated about that because she did all the hard work at the start. I think she should still be happy with 6s and 6.5s though. Good pike position. You just see here legs go over a vertical, and that just kicks up that splash.
Zoe Atkinson from Pinehurst. Reverse dive with tuck. 1.6 degrees of difficulty.
So Zoe's toes were actually hanging over the board. We call that sort of hanging 10. So she did a good job to save that. You'll see here in the replay, they're just over the board there, so she's got a long way to come round, and she did a good job. A tad short of vertical, but to pull off 6s from that is a good effort.
Isla Sala from Diocesan School for Girls. Back 1.5 somersaults with a half twist. High degree of difficulty, 2.1.
So a lot of dive to fit in just 1 metre. So you're rotating and you're twisting, and Isla had a good takeoff, good form, just ran out of room a bit. So you see here, legs are nice and straight, that's good. Just runs out of room, it's a bit short of vertical.
Indy McCarthy from Takapuna Grammar, forward 1.5 somersaults. Degree of difficulty of 1.6. Solid.
Yep, solid from Indy, which I think she'll be happy with that. We'll see in the replay that to get those 7s, we would have just wanted to see her a bit more vertical, but 6s is certainly solid. So we just see here as she comes round, she's just a little bit short of vertical, which kicks up that splash.
Elizabeth Dearden now from Columba College. A back dive, piked. Degree of difficulty of 1.8, so continuing that progression in terms of difficulty. What can Dearden do here?
So we'll see from the side that she was a bit short of vertical, and part of the reason for that, she didn't quite make a full pike shape. So those scores, she won't be too disappointed with that, but here we would want her to reach over her toes a bit more so that her chest is touching her legs, and then that would have brought her legs over to land in vertical.
The very consistent Agata Solinas from Wellington Girls College. Good height.
Yeah, great height. And obviously, you know, the judges are going to take that into consideration. We look at the entry a lot, but it's not just about the entry, it's the overall impression. So how high they are, their form in the air, and Agata's pretty high up, you know, and how easy the dive looks.
So now Kobe Fox from Rangitoto College, 4 2.5 somersaults with tuck, 2.2 degree of difficulty. This will be a very busy dive. Not a lot of room to fit it all in. He's on his way. Oh, just came up short, didn't he? Just couldn't quite get it all in.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he had a good tuck position, 4.5 and 6. So some liked it, some didn't. I mean, he showed good height, so he will be rewarded for that. Good tuck position, rewarded for that, but then landing short of vertical, we were penalised for that. So almost for Kobe.
Archie Vorges now from Bayfield High School. Difficulty of 1.7.
Yeah, and pretty solid for Archie. I mean, he was a little bit far away from the board, so that's another thing the judges take into account is the distance away from the board. We don't want them to be dangerously close, but we certainly don't want them to be too far away. And just rolling it over a bit on the end.
Now very much the front runner in this, Ross Miller, reserve 1.5 somersaults with tuck, degree of difficulty of 2, out of Onslow College. Just wanting to put it all together. He's come close on his previous 3 dives. Is this his moment?
Oh, close. Very close for Ross. Just not quite. So the divers will have a spot on the water or somewhere on the wall or something that they will see as they're spinning and kick their feet towards. And it looks like Ross might have just missed his spot a bit. So he wants to kick here, he just kicked a bit too late, so he goes over a vertical. It's such a game of inches.
Just that over rotation on entry. And now we go to Tanner Costin from Rutherford, another local. High degree here. Degree difficulty of 2 on the 1 metre springboard. So again, this is going to be a busy dive. Not a lot of height to work with. Great height, good dive. Might just be his best dive so far.
Good from Tanner, showing us how strong and powerful he is to fit that in on 1 metre. He was quite far away from the board, so the judges will penalise from that. You can see he's travelling backwards quite far. And that's also causing his feet to just flick over a vertical there at the end as well.
So we are through 4 rounds. We now move into the 5th. It's a busy format. Hope you are enjoying coverage of the New Zealand National Secondary and Intermediate School Championships, courtesy of Diving New Zealand. West Wave here in Henderson is the venue, as we now see Lucia Luxton just making an adjustment here to the 3 metre springboard. She's going to come in now with a degree of difficulty of 1.6, a forward 1.5 somersaults piked. See what she can do. Oh, again, look at the entry, the consistency, really good from Lucia.
Yeah, she's had a great event. I mean, her execution has been great. She's had 7s above on all her dives. Primarily from those entries she's showing us, but also the good form, look at her toe point. The judges will love that.
Well, looking forward to this now because Riley Oxham is about to take it up another notch. High degree of difficulty here, 2.7. The highest degree of difficulty we've seen throughout the competition. Inward 2.5 somersaults with tuck. Settle back, folks. Here we go.
Oh, and almost for Riley. She nailed that in the synchro event earlier today, but just didn't quite get it there. You can see that on her face. It's, as you said, not an easy dive. It's the hardest we've seen today. It's quite a scary dive to learn as well. You can imagine you're spinning with your head back towards that board. And she just runs out of room and lands short of vertical.
Can I just say on behalf of the non-diving official, every dive looks scary, okay? So I'm just saying that for everybody at home.
It is not an easy sport, that's for sure.
As we see Helena Olsen of a 1.6 degree of difficulty, forward 1.5 somersaults piked.
Yeah, and so the difference in scores there, largely because she was a bit short of vertical, but she did show good form in the air. So, you know, the judges will reward some aspects, but also penalise on other aspects.
And if you are watching this, you are inspired, you do want to get involved, do check out the website. Again, it's all broken down. It's a natural progression over time, learning how to dive at this level. Lucy Neer is up next. Lucy comes from Wellington East Girls College. She's been consistent all day. High degree of difficulty here of 1.6. Her entries have been brilliant. Another demonstration. Not a lot of splash, not a lot of movement.
Yeah, great from Lucy there. I mean, as we talked about, there's a lot of aspects, but the entry is the last thing the judges are left with, and Lucy has had great entries throughout her whole event so far, showing a beautiful pike position there as well. And another 9 for Lucy.
So Olivia Nilsson of Otago Girls High School, forward 1.5 somersaults with a twist, degree of difficulty of 2.1, so big step up for her.
Yeah.
Good start, not a bad dive, solid.
There's a lot going on. I don't think we've seen this dive yet in this event. So you can imagine you're somersaulting and then you're twisting as well, and you can get a bit dizzy. But she's done a good job of this. You just see she just lands a little bit short of vertical, which, you know, pops up a bit of splash, so a little bit of penalisation, but good scores for her.
Erica Poltridge from Waitakere College. Here now, 1.6 degree of difficulty. And a little forward off the board.
That's good from Erica. That's one of her better dives today. She didn't quite get her entry, but everything else was certainly on par, so she's being rewarded for that. So she was on the end of the board. She was high up in the air. She showed a good pike position, and she was pretty vertical as well.
Yeah, my apologies there to Erica. I thought you'd come a little bit further forward than that, but that side position shows there was so much to like about it. Erica Poltridge. And now Zoe Atkinson.
Yeah, and the same dive from Zoe, but we'll see lower scores on this one because she was a little bit short of vertical, so it'll be easier to see from the side angle, which is what the judges see. Remember, the judges don't get the replay either.
So Zoe Atkinson from Pinehurst.
Just a bit short of vertical there, kicking up some splash.
It'll be Isla Sella, 1.5 somersaults. Starting with her back facing everybody. Degree of difficulty of 2.0 off the 1 metre springboard, so another busy dive.
Yeah, and a lot to fit in, and you can see she just didn't quite fit it all in, so a bit short of vertical. Went up high enough, but kicked her feet a bit too short. Probably would have wanted to be rotating a bit faster. So you see here, there's one, she's got half to go, just doesn't quite sneak it all in.
It'll be now Indy McCarthy from Takapuna Grammar School. Back 1.5 somersaults with tuck. 1.9 degree of difficulty, so natural progression again from her.
So the same dive done, but on the 3 metre this time, and you can see how you've got so much more room to fit it in. Obviously that means it's a lower DD, but very difficulty. And the judges are pretty pleased with that. 6s, so nice and high. A little bit short of vertical, so a little bit of penalisation for that.
Now Elizabeth Dearden from Columba. Reverse dive. High degree of difficulty here at 1.9. Love the courage. Oh, good dive. Maybe just a little over rotation on entry.
Yeah, but good in the air. I mean, you know, it's not easy spinning back towards the board in that reverse direction. 6.5, 7 from judges. That's pretty good. She showed us a good pike position, so she's touching her toes. That's what we want to see, but just a little bit short of vertical.
Just under rotation, wasn't it, on entry? As we now go to Agata Solinas of Wellington Girls College. Degree of difficulty here, 1.6, forward 1.5 somersaults.
Yeah, and she'll be pleased with that. So that's a good dive for Agata. She kept the entry clean, 7s from the judges. She was nice and high, showed us a good pike position. Perhaps why she didn't get higher marks, as you'll see her legs a little bit sort of over on the entry there, but just barely.
I'm just amazed at the judges and everything they have to consider as we look at Kobe Fox here, Rangitoto College. And forward 1.5 somersaults, degree of difficulty of 2.1, so starting to step it up, Kobe.
Oh, and he saved that quite well. So you'll see in the replay, he was hanging 10. His toes were way over the board.
Yeah, you can see the divers in the background going, "You miracle man, you pulled that one off." And I think he knows he pulled it off too. That in itself requires a huge amount of energy to make the correction.
Yeah, so watch his toes here, way over the board. So he gets no height, but he manages to sneak it in. And I don't know how he did that entry, but well done him.
And now Archie Vorges from Bayfield High School, degree of difficulty here of 2.2 off the 1 metre. So this is a busy dive, a lot to get in, and not bad considering what he had to do.
Snuck it in, did Archie.
I think he's happy with that.
So the reason for it, 5.5s, and one judge liked it with a 7. It was quite far away from the board, but he did sneak it in nicely with clean entry, but he had quite flexed feet. So sort of, some reward, some...
So Ross Miller now, Onslow College, back 1.5 somersaults, half twist, degree of difficulty of 2. Yeah, I've got to say, I felt maybe Archie a little bit hard done by, but that is the way it goes. What can this young man do? Doesn't quite put it all together just yet. Oh, good height.
Yeah, great height from Ross, again showing how powerful of a diver he is. But he just didn't quite pull it round enough in his pike position. So you'll see here he jumps up really high, but then just stays a bit too open and lands a bit shorter vertical. So judges will reward for his height, but penalise for that entry.
Now Tanner Costin, he's gone to 2.1 off the 1 metre springboard, reverse 1.5 somersaults, so another really busy dive from him. And that might just be his best dive.
Yeah, really good from Tanner. He was way up in the air. 6s and 7s. Of course, that's judging out of 10. So you'll see here, he's way up in the air. Kicks really nice and strong, which the judges like to do, like to see as well. A little bit shorter vertical.
So we're going to now move on to round 6. We go back to young Lucia Luxton out of St Hilda's Collegiate. She has just been a model of consistency here. Entries have been superb. Now this is a reverse dive with tuck.
Yeah, and again, I mean, she's been nailing those entries today, and she's done it yet again on this reverse dive. I think we'll see some 7s here. A little bit far away from the board, which, maybe why we're not going to see any 8s, but maybe the judges are being a bit mean. It's, they're watching that at a different angle, but...
Oh, they get one look at it too, don't they? And you're right, the angles are different.
Yeah, but yes, you can see she's quite far away from the board and actually a little bit shorter vertical, but I'm so impressed with their entries.
So now Albany Junior High Schools, Riley Oxham, back 1.5 somersaults, degree of difficulty of 2, off the 1 metre springboard, another busy dive.
Almost for Riley. Again, one of our divers at the Junior World Champs last year, representing New Zealand, and it's a big dive on the 1 metre, a lot to fit in, and she's just held on in her tuck shot for a bit too long and gone over a vertical.
Helena Olsen from Albany Senior High School, going to do a back dive with tuck, degree of difficulty of 1.7.
So a good dive for Helena, a bit far away from the board, and she didn't actually grab her tuck shape. So the judges want to see the hands touch sort of the shins in the tuck, and you'll see there she doesn't actually touch them. But
plenty of power, didn't she, off the springboard? But it was more horizontal rather than vertical.
That's right. Yeah. So
we now look at Lucy Neer. She's been a model of consistency out of Wellington East Girls. She's going to do an inward 1.5 somersault with tuck. Degree of difficulty of 1.9, so just dialing it up a notch each time.
Yeah, and another good dive from Lucy. She's been having a great event. And more 9s for Lucy, so she's showing us her talent.
And of course the trade-off, folks, is the degree of difficulty versus the judges' scores. Of course, they take the 3 judges' scores in the middle, multiply it by the degree of difficulty, so high risk, high reward. As we now look at Livia Nilsson of Otago Girls High School. Degree of difficulty of 2, so back 1.5 somersaults.
Yeah, so a lot going on in that dive. Obviously somersaulting and twisting, and she's done a good job out of the board, but just ran out of room, under rotating a bit. So you see here she just lands shorter vertical and legs coming apart a bit as well, so the judges will take off for that.
Erica Poltridge out of Waitakere, back 1.5 somersaults with a half twist, degree of difficulty of 2. Just comes up short, Poltridge.
Yeah, so again the same dive, and you know, obviously it's not an easy dive. Erica, probably what she needed there was a bit more height. So you'll see here she kind of rushes straight into her twist there and doesn't go up high enough, so that means she runs out of room a bit on the end.
Zoe Atkinson now in inward 1.5 somersaults. Degree of difficulty of 1.9 from Pinehurst School. Just building nicely throughout this competition.
Yeah, and a good dive for Zoe. So showing us a little pike out, showing that it's fairly easy for her. She travelled a little bit too far away from the board. So she's travelling backwards there, but there's the straightening of the legs and vertical on the entry, so pretty good all round.
Now Isla Salah out of Diocesan. High degree of difficulty here at 2.1, reverse 1.5 somersaults from the 1 metre. Good height. Just lost it on entry again. Yeah, just that slight under rotation on entry.
Just ran out of room. It's not easy, obviously, spinning back towards the board, and there's a lot to fit in. So see here, she's not quite on the end either, which makes it challenging, and then just kicks a bit shorter vertical and runs out of room.
Now it'll be Indy McCarthy out of Takapuna Grammar School. Inward 1.5 somersaults, degree of difficulty of 1.9, been consistent. Can she put it all together? Takapuna's finest.
Yeah, solid for Indy, so nice and vertical on the entry. A little bit of splash, which is why we might see that 5.5, and get the side view. Now she may have travelled a little bit far away from the board, feet apart a little bit, but everything else pretty impressive.
Elizabeth Theoden out of Columba, forward 1.5 somersaults, piked 1.6. What's the difficulty on it? Solid.
Yeah, solid for Elizabeth. She's showing her power. You know, she went up pretty high on that and showed us a pretty good pike shape as well. So judges are impressed, 6s and 7s. On the end there, that's a good start. Nice pike shape and vertical on entry. Just kicking up a bit of splash, but everything else nice.
Agata Solinas out of Wellington Girls College. Inward 1.5 somersaults with tuck. High degree of difficulty here for 1.9. So just starting to push the envelope a little bit, Solinas. He's been very consistent though. A lot of visualisation on her way. Oh, she took her time. She took her time.
I think
she had to set herself. She was never quite confident on it.
Possibly a bit nervous there for Agata. I mean, once she went, she did a good job in the air. She was really high. You see here, way up in the air. Just kicked a bit too late, which meant she was over a vertical. So possibly a new dive for her. But, you know, obviously, as we've talked about, it's not exactly the easiest thing to do.
I admired her, though, that she did take her time, that there was a moment there you thought she'd go and she just reset. Didn't quite pull it off, but took courage.
That's right.
As we now go back to Kobe Fox out of Rangitoto College. And Kobe will be having a reasonably high degree of difficulty here at 2.0, 1.5 somersaults with a half twist. Oh, great height.
Yeah, and that's better for Kobe. I mean, as we've seen already, he's got great entries from that gymnastics background. The 6.5, possibly for his form was just a little bit off on that one. His toes could have been a bit more pointed and shown us a deeper pike shape here. But everything else, a lot to like about it.
So Archie Vorges, degree of difficulty of 2, back 1.5 somersaults with a half twist out of Bayfield High School.
Yeah, and good for Archie. I mean, that entry was great. It'll be interesting to see what the judges do here, because he kind of bent his legs a bit as he was coming out of the water. So that's why you see the difference, 5, 7.5. Sometimes the judges see different things and you end up with different scores, and that's why we knock off the highest and lowest to get the average.
Now Ross Miller looking for forward 2.5 somersaults piked, high degree of difficulty, 2.4. Young man out of Onslow College with a big future. Yet to put it all together. Here we go, folks. Another really busy dive.
Almost for Ross. He did all the hard work, just missed the entry a little bit at the end. So, yeah, 6s. I think he'll be happy with that, but you can see on his face, he knows he almost had it. So, way up in the air, you see he was really high up. Pretty good pike shape, and then just a little bit over with the legs there at the end.
So, Tanner Costin will be our last competitor of round 6 out of Rutherford College. High degree of difficulty, 2.2. Inward 1.5 somersaults from the 1 metre springboard. And again, just loses it. That over rotation on entry.
Yeah, a little bit over. I mean, Tanner, as we said, powerful diver. He showed us that little pike out that we talked about, where he, goes from that tuck position to straightening the legs, showing how easy it is for him. So here he's in a tuck and he straightens the legs, but he just does it a little bit too late, so he over rotates.
And so it is the final round now. We go back to the top of the order. Lucia Luxton from St Hilda's Collegiate. She's going to do a forward somersault. The twist. With difficulty of 1.9.
Yeah, and another good dive from Lucia. I mean, feet first dives aren't easy to execute well, but she has actually done a good job of that, and I think she'll be really happy with that event today. She's dived really well. A bit far away from the end of the board there, but she pulls it around nice and vertical.
Well, this should be entertaining, because we're going to see the highest degree of difficulty we've seen so far. It's going to come from Riley Oxham, Albany Junior High School. Back 2.5 somersaults with tuck. Degree of difficulty of 2.8. Just, again, hasn't quite put it together by incredibly high standards she sets for herself. Will this be the moment? Just came undone on entry.
Unfortunate. I mean, that's a big dive. I'm not sure if it's fairly new for Riley, but yeah, she sort of knows. Not quite today, but so you see here she jumps up 1, 2, and just comes out a bit too early. So she lands, quite short there. So that can hurt a little bit too.
Yeah, I was going to say, ouch.
Yeah.
Helena Olsen from Albany Senior High School. Degree of difficulty here of 1.7, a back somersault. Yeah, nice entry, good solid dive. Been consistent throughout this competition.
Yeah.
Has Helena.
Good finish for Helena there. I think she'll be happy with that. 6 and 7 is pretty good on that dive. It's hard to execute well. A little bit far away from the board, but she's showing us a nice straight position. So she's got good lines. She'll be happy with that.
And now Lucy Neer, Wellington East Girls College, back 1.5 somersaults with tuck. Degree of difficulty of 1.9. She has been super consistent. She's been brilliant on her entry. Can she finish with another really good dive?
Yeah, pretty good for Lucy. She's a product of James Hardecker down in Wellington, who's one of our national coaches, and she's been showing off her talent today. I mean, a little bit shorter vertical on that, but, you know, that's one of her harder dives, but technically very good. Just didn't quite pull it off on the entry. But certainly one to watch for the future is Lucy.
Now Olivia Nilsson, another high degree of difficulty here at 2.1, a reverse 1.5 somersaults with a half twist out of Otago Girls High School.
Yeah, and we've not seen that dive in this event yet, but Olivia doing a reverse twisting dive, so somersaulting and twisting, and she just didn't quite get vertical on the entry. I think we'll see have a better angle from here, but she was quite far away from the board as well. You see she's travelling horizontally there, but pretty solid finish and fairly good event for Lucy.
Erica Poltridge, Waitakere College, inward 1.5 somersaults with tuck, degree of difficulty of 1.9. The local girl looking to try and make an impression. Again, just lost it, didn't she? Never really looked like it was on from the moment she took off.
Unfortunately, Erica didn't quite get her takeoff right there, and as we've talked about, you know, one thing leads to another, so she didn't quite rotate enough. She's travelling too far backwards, you can see here, and she just runs out of room to fit it all in.
And now Zoe Atkinson from Pinehurst School, back somersault with a half twist, 1.7 degree of difficulty.
So a good finish for Zoe. She's been solid. Interesting to see if, so a little range of scores there. So she was a little bit over or under twisted on the entry. So you can see here she's just facing the judges a little bit. So some judges will pick that up, some won't. They don't have the replay like we do.
Isla Sella, Diocesan School for Girls, a reverse 1.5 somersaults with tuck, degree of difficulty of 2.0. She's an athlete who's not afraid to challenge herself, take on the bigger dives. Got well forward off the board, didn't she, and never really recovered. Too much horizontal, perhaps not enough vertical.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So I think she did a bit of an over-correction there. She didn't quite get her takeoff, but then she sort of held on in her tuck shape for too long. So you'll see here her toes are a bit over the end. She's travelling forwards, but she still could have come out a lot earlier, and so well over a vertical.
Now Indy McCarthy from Takapuna Grammar.
Yeah, and that's a good finish for Indy. Clean entry, nice pike shape, 6.5. So that's really solid finish. Good little competition for her. Yep, nice and clean. Judges will like that.
So Elizabeth Dearden from Columba College, inward 1.5 somersaults, degree of difficulty of 2.1. So taking on a big dive is Elizabeth. And all starts with that takeoff.
Good finish for Elizabeth. Didn't quite get the entry. Should have wanted to keep the splash down a bit more than that, but everything else was well done. 6s from the judges. So you see here she, fairly close to the board, which is what we want to see. Good pike shape. Just a little bit of splash there at the end.
Agata Solinis, Wellington Girls College, her final dive. She's going to do a back somersault with tuck, not a high degree of difficulty.
Yeah, and she's over-rotated, perhaps too easy of a dive for her. So 5s from the judges. I mean, we've said right the way through that it's not easy to defeat first dive. And you see here, she just wanted to kick out earlier, just over-rotating.
Yeah, it's probably her worst dive of this competition, but I think she'll be pretty happy overall as we now look at Kobe Fox from Rangitoto College. The degree of difficulty here of 2.2, so this is a busy dive in the space of just 1 metre plus the vertical. Not bad, pretty solid.
Good from Kobe. He's been pretty good all day, really. I mean, he's travelled quite far away from the board, so, you know, that's why there's the 6.5 there. So everything else was good. I mean, you know, he had a good tuck shape, beautiful entry, but you'll see here he travels really far backwards, and the judges will take points off for that. That's why we're not seeing the 8s.
Archie Vorges, Bayfield High School, in with 1.5 somersaults with tuck, degree of difficulty of 1.9, wanting to try and finish on a high note. Good entry.
Yeah, pretty good for Archie. Again, he's been solid all day as well, so finish up with some 6.5. So it was a little bit sort of twisted on the entry, which, you know, if he wasn't, may have got some 7s. You see here just slightly, you can see both his legs, but I think he'll be happy with that and happy with that event as well.
So now Ross Miller with the most difficult dive we've seen at 2.7. This is an inward 2.5 somersaults with tuck. Big dive for this young man. Courage to take it on. What can he do?
Almost for Ross. I mean, he had good height, he had a good tuck position, he just didn't quite create enough rotation, so he ran out of room and landed a bit short of vertical. But, you know, 5s and 6s, I think he should be happy with that, and probably happy with his event on a whole. Obviously, it's a really high degree of difficulty. 1, 2, just a little bit running out of room at the end.
Well, Onslow College should be proud of him. Good performance from him. Now our final dive of this competition. It is Tanner Costin, Rutherford College. Another high degree of difficulty, 2.7. Not afraid to take the big ones on. Inward 2.5 somersaults with tuck.
Yeah, and again, almost from Tanner. I mean, he had a strong kick out. It was just a little bit too early. So we'll see on the replay. Yeah, you can see it's just not quite. So he's a bit short of vertical there. Where his, well, looks like we're going to miss the replay, but pretty good event for Tanner overall. You can see how strong of a diver he is, and he's got some potential for the future.
Yeah, and it is. You can't understand. Firstly, the 7 different dives that they need to complete, the mechanics within each dive, get one little component wrong, well, that has a flow-on effect, the athleticism required, of course visualization, facilities are slightly different, those target points that you hear Liam talk about can vary even though maybe the heights don't, so there are so many little factors that they need to understand, but this is what secondary school diving is all about. It's about building those platforms. It's about allowing these guys and girls to gain valuable experience, go away, do that visualization, make those corrections, talk to their coaches.
That's right, but you know, it's there's some good dives in there, and it's exciting to see the sport grow and some, you know, talent come through for the future. And yeah, I think diving New Zealand should be proud and excited for the future.
Well, don't go away, folks. More to come here from Westwave. Hope you are enjoying coverage of the New Zealand National Secondary and Intermediate School Championships. We have just completed the girls 15 and 16 and boys 15 and 16 springboard competition live here from Westwave in Auckland.
After the training session, I will announce the 26th of the previous week. Straight up there is the final event of the day. So after the training, there will be awards for the training session. If you get those, put something back on, ready for your award. Divers, we have 1 or 2 more divers left, so when you're comfortable, it's 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Last time.
The venue is Westwave in Henderson, and the event is the 2023 New Zealand National Secondary and Intermediate School Diving Championships. We've got a medal ceremony now for our athletes in the 15 and 16 years of age springboard. Results just been announced. Liam Stone, Commonwealth Games diving representative, has been my expert comments. He's going to go down there and present some medals, and we'll catch up with our winners. And really proud moments for a number of the schools from around the country. And don't go away, folks, because we've got the 17 and 18 boys and girls still to come, and plenty of action tomorrow between 11 and 1 as well. So now the third place. So in our girls 15 and 16, it is Livia Nilsson of Otago Girls High School who will pick up the bronze. Total score of 254.25. Congratulations to her. She was consistent all day, really good on her entries. And Lucy Neer from Wellington East Girls College picks up the silver. Really consistent, flawless throughout the day. score of 277.10. And then Riley Oxham, National Secondary Schools champion, a member of the New Zealand junior team who went to the World Championships from Albany Junior High School, is your gold medalist. And we will hear from Riley shortly. And it'll be now the turn of the men. And they are men, 15 and 16. Anybody that can do what they do off a 3-metre platform, a 10-metre platform. Certainly courageous. So in fourth place was Archie Vorgis of Bayfield High School, to score of 234.95. And our bronze medalist from Rangitoto College with a score of 266.20 is Kobe Fox. Well done to Kobe. Was not afraid to bring a high degree of difficulty into some of his dives. And the silver medalist out of Onslow College, a member of the Wellington Diving Club, Ross Miller. A score of 280.85. Still just a young man. And your gold medalist from Rutherford College here in West Auckland. Another one who wasn't afraid to go big. Score of 282.35. Tanner Costin, your National Secondary Schools champion. Oh, there you go. Plenty of action to look forward to. We will go poolside in a moment. And Liam Stone will catch up with our two winners. Liam bringing you all the expert comments this afternoon. And let's go poolside. He's standing by with Riley Oxham, the girls champion, and Tanner Costin, the boys champion.
Okay, so we have our two national champions. Congratulations, guys. Tell me about that event and how it was for you.
Yeah, I had a bit of a rough start. Dropped a couple of dives. Kind of pulled it together at the end, but yeah, I'm happy with it overall.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. And Riley, congratulations to you. A new dive in there, I believe. How was that for you, and what's next for you coming up?
The dive is fairly new. I've competed it a few times, but it's still pretty nerve-wracking doing it. I'm hoping to go to Junior Worlds next year.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, guys, and good luck for the rest of your events tomorrow as well. Thanks, team.
Two wonderful ambassadors, two big stars of the future, and one of the most technical sports there is. Sport that's been well and truly established at the Olympic Games, Commonwealth Games. Of course, this facility, Westwave built for the 1990 Commonwealth Games. To go back and have a look at some of the highlights here of Riley Oxham of Albany Junior High School. We will have the girls 17 and over springboard, as well as the boys. Start to get to the pointy end of high performance at this age. Therefore, the depth of fields are not as big as what we've seen, but the quality of the divers increases a lot, with higher degrees of difficulty on each of the dives. The divers will, of course, have 8 dives, a number of established dives, and then they can go back and repeat certain dives. Alongside of me, we've got Liam Stone. We are still going. Liam, afternoon.
Yeah, no, it's good to be here, and it's been good to see some good diving, our sort of the next generation of our sport coming through, and there's plenty of talent. So it's exciting for the future. And next we've got our seniors, so our older divers, and a few New Zealand representatives in there. So it'll be exciting to see some good diving, hopefully.
Yeah, representations out of Albany Senior High School, Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Wellington Girls College and Onslow College. Of course, we've got plenty of action tomorrow between 11 and 1. Looking forward to that on day 2. Of course, Liam, you'll be joined with an icon of New Zealand broadcasting and Brendan Telfer. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, very much so. It's going to be good.
Yeah, Brendan was telling us earlier that he was actually there in 1988 when Greg Louganis, who ended up winning double gold at those Olympics, actually famously hit his head.
Yeah, it's a pretty famous story, you know, still to this day, and he's still considered one of the best, if not the best, you know, to ever sort of do the sport. And yeah, that's a pretty amazing story, I think, the Olympics.
When you look back through, I guess, the annals of diving history, when did the Chinese really start to make their mark in the sport?
Yeah, probably towards the end of Louganis' career. I mean, towards the end it was kind of him versus the Chinese a little bit, and then, you know, coming through the 90s and into the 2000s, they were established themselves as a real powerhouse. They are yet to sweep an Olympics, though, you know, winning all golds. So
yeah, tough though, ain't they? They set a pretty high standard. Now, we'll just run through too, after the synchro junior competitions, including the 15 and 16-year-olds, we've got this progressive total team score for schools. Of course, it will change. We'll bring you that shortly, but we are back underway now with the 17 and over springboard for the girls and the boys. First up, it will be Olivia Fox from Albany Senior High School. Degree of difficulty of 2.0, back 1.5 somersaults.
Yeah, so Olivia, one of our New Zealand representatives, she was been on a few trips for New Zealand, and good start there. It's, you know, that's not an easy dive to start with. The back 1.5 on the 1 metre, and she was just a little bit over of vertical on the entry. So you know, she's really high in the air. The judges will reward that, but then take off a little bit for that entry. So,
and now Cade,
see here, just goes a bit over a vertical there.
So Cade Bacon Bootham from Samuel Marsden Collegiate. Degree of difficulty of 1.8. And good start to her competition. Nice clean entry.
Yeah, good from Cade. So you see, going into the dive, she's just got slightly bent legs in the pike position. So you'll see here she's nice and high, which is great, but just the legs there just slightly bent, but nice and vertical on the entry, so she kind of pulls it back. So pretty solid start.
So Wellington Girls College, represented by Adeline Lundman. She's going to do an inward dive. Degree of difficulty of 1.4, so just a really simple dive to kick things off, looking to try and build momentum throughout her 8 dives. And again, good solid dive first up. Nice clean entry.
Yeah, good start for Adeline. Nice and vertical, clean entry. Fairly good pike shape, 6.5s and then an 8, so a little bit of disagreement between the judges, but possibly the reason for that would be her pike shape and distance from the board. See here, she travels a little bit far away, but a lot to like about that.
Right, I'm going to let you introduce this young man.
Yep, so Tino Schlagowski, I believe it's pronounced. Tino's another diver from down in Wellington under James, one of our national coaches. And, you know, one to watch. He's progressed a lot in the last few years, and he's started off with another good dive there.
Yeah, from Onslow College, yeah, inward 1.5 somersaults, high degree of difficulty, 2.1, so not afraid to kick things off in the 2s. We should just, if you have just joined us, of course, 5 judges. The top scores and the low scores are taken away, leaving 3 in the middle. Those scores are then added together and multiplied by the degree of difficulty. So now we go back to Olivia Fox, second round dive for her, 2.1 degree of difficulty, a reverse 1.5 somersault with tuck.
Yeah, and solid for Olivia. Not an easy dive, obviously. You know, we talked about spinning back towards the board, and I think she should be pretty happy with 7s. She didn't quite get her hands on the entry, so the divers will grab their hands in a specific way to go through the water with no splash, and she just sort of ran out of room a little bit at the end there.
So now Adeline Lundman, Wellington Girls College, 1.6 degree of difficulty, forward 1.5 somersaults, piked. So a lot of these athletes just looking to try and build, just make those incremental increases throughout the competition. Another consistent 5, maybe just a slight little bit of over rotation on entry.
Yeah, a little bit over. So, you know, Cade did all the good work at the start, getting lots of height and creating a fast rotation, which is what the diver wants to do, but then kicks out a bit too late. So the divers will sort of look for a spot on the water or on the board or something and use that as a reference to kick, but it looks like she just missed it there.
So Adeline Lundman, Wellington Girls College. Good difficulty of 1.6, and a name, just a good consistent dive from her. Not really putting herself under too much pressure at the moment.
Yeah, I think Adeline would have just wanted to jump a bit higher on that, and then she would have been able to fit it in at the end. So 6.5, you know, she'll be happy with that, but just a bit short of vertical at the end, as you see here. Beautiful pike position, just doesn't quite get that entry.
Now Tino Galkowski, inward 1.5 somersaults with tuck. High degree of difficulty here, arguably one of the highest degrees we've seen throughout the competition here on day one. 2.7, a busy dive. Can he get it all in?
Yeah, we've got a few big dives from Tino in his list coming up. This is the first of them.
Just lost it on the entry. Just a little over rotation. A lot to like though on the first half.
Yeah, and I think he'll be disappointed with that. I saw him practicing it earlier, and he was hitting them pretty well. So you'll see here, I mean, he's very powerful, spinning very fast, and he just drops his head and he just comes out a bit too late. So he's over a vertical. Unfortunately, the judges will have to penalise for that.
And just like that, folks, we're already into the third round. As we see Olivia Fox from Albany Senior High School. Boy, just a wonderful school in terms of producing divers. And so this is the inward 1.5 somersaults. Degree of difficulty of 2.4, so a really busy dive. Off the 1 metre board.
Yeah, and that's a great dive for Olivia. She comes from a gymnastics background, and you can see that in her pike position. She's got really good flexibility and form. She's done a great job of that, 8s and 7s. So you'll see here, she's nice and high, really good pike shape, stomach to the knees, and good vertical entry with no splash. That's exactly what we want.
So Cade Bacon-Bootham, reverse dive with tuck, 1.8 degrees of difficulty. Gets good height, good clean entry, nice dive.
Yeah, good dive for Cade. I think she'll be happy with that. Nice and high. She gets lots of height out of the board and good vertical entry on that. So reason for maybe not the 7s and 8s, probably a little bit over just at the end there, just barely. It's a, you know, real game of inches, as we've talked about.
So Adeline Lundman, a back dive, piked, increasing her degree of difficulty, 1.8, out of Wellington Girls College. Good clean entry, maybe just a little over rotation.
Yeah, you know, that obviously is going to kick up a bit of splash, and, you know, 6.5, 7's probably got away with it a little bit. I think she just wants to be jumping a bit higher, but the form and everything else is nice. So
it might have been a bit tough on her there on the entry, looking a little bit better on that side-on angle. We don't necessarily have the benefit of that. Tino Galkowski about to have his third dive at another high degree of difficulty at 2.4. Forward 2.5 somersaults. Good dive from him. That's the best dive from him so far. That'll be well rewarded.
That's a bit more like it. Tino will be happier with that. 7.5s and 8.5. when he gets it, he's got really good entries. You know, and he's super high in the air. And the entry is, you know, it's not only about the entry, but that's the last thing the judges are left with, and it's, you know, probably one of the bigger factors that they take into consideration.
Back to the fourth round now. Olivia Fox out of Albany Senior High School. Going to look to do an inward 1.5 somersaults piked. High degree of difficulty at 2.4. Yet to put that dive together. You know she's capable of it. Degree of difficulty of 2.1.
Pretty solid from Olivia. Would have possibly liked to see her rotation a bit faster, so just making it appear a bit easier, but I'm maybe being a bit critical now. I mean, 7s and 8s, you know, there's nothing to be disappointed about. She's got, again, a great pike shape, you know, good vertical entry, a little bit splashy, but pretty good dive.
Now, Cade Bacon-Bootham. Reverse 1.5 somersaults, degree of difficulty of 2.
Yeah, and she's done a good job on that. It's not an easy dive, kind of what a blind entry that we talk about, so rotating backwards, you can't sort of see the water coming. And 6.5's pretty solid on that dive. She was nice and high in the air. You can see here, gets great height out of the board, finds the spot correctly, and lands nice and vertical. Good dive.
Now, Adeline Lundman, degree of difficulty of 1.8, reverse dive with tuck, looking to try and get some big numbers, and good dive. Just entry though. Have to get the side-on angle to have a look at that, but
yeah.
Just wonder with a little over-rotation.
That's right. It's, you know, the judges are watching it from the side. We're seeing the first angle from in front.
And sometimes it's only really when you see the splash that you sort of maybe start to understand that perhaps they just have lost a little bit on entry.
That's right, and you know, it can be the minutest of mistake, just a slight hair short, and it'll kick up a big splash.
Well,
so
Tino Slagowski, 2.8, so the most difficult dive we've seen here on day one. Forward 3.5 somersaults. Oh, he got that. That's a good dive again. Backs it up.
Yeah,
not perfect, but certainly good.
Great for Tino, and as you said, 3.5 somersaults. So we haven't seen that today. So there's a lot going on, and you have to get a lot of height out of the board to make those somersaults. So he's done that. See, 1, 2, 3, and he's vertical. He snuck it in. Not quite a rip entry, but the judges will be impressed with that. Great dive for Tino.
Yeah, it's easy, isn't it? It's one thing to do the degree of difficulty in training, but to actually bring it out in competition where, you know, there is jeopardy, isn't there? There are things at stake. It does take courage. As we go back now to round 5 of 8, Olivia Fox here out of Albany Senior College, looking to do forward 2.5 somersaults with tuck off the 1 metre. So high degree of difficulty at 2.4. This is a busy dive with not a lot of room to get it wrong. Good height. Just comes up slightly short.
Yeah, so a lot going on. Obviously 1 metre, you got a lot less room to fit it all in. Olivia got pretty good height, has a great tuck shape, but just ran out of room at the end. So you can see here, nice and small, but just doesn't quite fit it all in.
Just the takeoff point, how close to the end of the board do they want, or does that vary on the individual?
Well, you definitely want to be right on the end if possible, because that's the bounciest part of it. But with the approach that we do, you know, it's quite hard to do that. So lots and lots of hours practicing that.
Cade Bacon-Bootham, low degree of difficulty at 1.4, an inward dive. Good clean entry, nice vertical.
Yep, solid for Cade. Probably would have wanted to see a bit of a smaller pike shape. So what I mean by that is sort of the chest touching the legs. That would have maybe lifted her up into the 7.5s and 8s. Just there, it's just a bit open, but the rest of the dive pretty nice.
And now Adele Lundman out of Wellington Girls College, A back 1.5 somersault with a half twist. Degree of difficulty of 2.0. So just building nicely throughout this competition is Lundman.
Yeah, and I think that's probably her best dive of the event so far. So she was nice and vertical on that, and you know there's a lot going on when you're adding a twist in. So sometimes the diver can be over or under twisted or sideways on the entry, but that wasn't the case here. So I think she'll be happy with that.
Now Tino Flagolski, degree of difficulty of 2.2. Back 1.5 somersaults pike. So different position here. He gets good pop off the board. He gets good height. Side over rotation.
Yeah,
on entry.
Unfortunate for Tino. I mean, just didn't quite work out there on the entry, but he had a great takeoff. He had a great pike position. You can see how powerful he is, how high he goes. Way up in the air, but just places his legs too high. So probably, you know, a matter of adjusting to the pool or missing a spot, or, you know, that competition adrenaline. Sometimes it can, you know, give you that extra that you're not used to in training.
So you are watching the 2023 New Zealand National Secondary and Intermediate School Championships. We are watching the boys and girls 17 and over springboard. Just the 4 athletes. We're into the 6th round of 8, and it is Olivia Fox who is back in action out of Albany Senior High School, looking to do forward 2.5 somersaults, degree of difficulty of 2.4. Oh, good dive. Maybe her best dive so far.
Yeah, better from Olivia. So she's done the 2.5 somersaults in pike this time. 6 or 6.5, she should be happy with that. Probably would have wanted to be a bit more vertical on the entry. So we see here, beautiful pike position, but just running out of room a little bit. So probably would have wanted to look at her takeoff. Can she jump a bit higher? Things like that.
Cade Bacon Bootham increasing the degree of difficulty to 1.9. Samuel Marsden Collegiate, inward 1.5 somersaults with tuck.
Solid from Cade. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges do here. She was a bit twisted on the takeoff, so it's a bit hard to see, but she kind of turns her head a bit, so she spins slightly sideways, and that may be why there's that 4 there instead of the 6s. You'll see here she just goes a bit sideways there, and then kind of fixes it up on the entry.
It's not dissimilar to some of the field events you see in track and field. Get one little component wrong at the start, and it just flows, doesn't it?
It's a chain of events, yeah.
You see it a lot, and particularly women will pole vault. There's a really good sport you can compare to as we now look at Adeline Lundman, inward 1.5 somersaults, 2.1 degree of difficulty. So continuing that progression in terms of difficulty.
So almost a bit short of vertical on the entry, and reason for that is she jumped a bit far away from the board. So
if you're short of vertical on the entry, that then either leads to under rotation or over rotation.
Yeah, so in this case she's under rotated, so you know, hasn't rotated enough. She's shy of the vertical entry.
So now Tino Slaugoski, reverse 1.5 somersaults. Not quite the high degree of difficulty we've seen from him, but still difficult at 2.3. Gets great height. Can he put it all together?
Yeah, that's better from Tina. Beautiful entry. We'll probably see some 8s here. A little bit, yeah, okay, so 7. So a bit far away from the board. So the dive itself was excellent, but because he's so far away from the board, you'll see here.
So too much horizontal, not enough vertical.
That's right, and actually he's bent his legs a bit as well. So the judges will, you know, deduct points for that. So what could have been an 8 or a 9 is now a 7, 7.5.
Well, 2 rounds to go, folks. Hope you are enjoying coverage of the 2023 New Zealand National Secondary and Intermediate School Championships. Special thanks to Whakata Māori. And Of course, if you are inspired by what you see, do check out the Diving New Zealand website. There are little ways they can teach you how to dive. They break it all down. It's a natural progression over time. They even put you in harnesses.
Yeah, that's right. And we do a lot of gymnastics sort of training, trampoline training, things like that. So
okay, so Olivia Fox from Albany Senior Girls High School. High degree of difficulty here, 2.7. So inward 2.5 somersaults with tuck. Not afraid to challenge yourself.
Yeah, well, she got it in the end. Probably maybe a little bit of nerves or something, spending a bit of extra time on the end of the board doing the rocking. You'll see here she got really good height and good rotation, actually. So she's way up in the air, 1, 2, and then just kicks out a bit too late. So
I think it's real discipline, though, still being able to hold yourself. It's a little bit like sometimes when you're playing golf and you can't quite see the shot, but you still play the shot, and having that ability just to pull back and go, I just can't, I'm just not quite set. As we now go to Kate Bacon-Bootham, and that is a degree of difficulty of 1.6. So we just saw a forward 1.5 somersaults from her.
Yeah, and just a little bit over a vertical on the rotation, slightly bent legs in the pike as well, so that's why we're seeing the 5.5s. So you'll see here in the pike shape, just those legs a bit bent, straighten back out again though, and a bit over a vertical. So.
And now Adeline Lundman, her second to last dive, going to come in at a high degree of difficulty. So we've talked about progression for her, 2.4, forward 2.5 somersaults piked. Came short on the board, didn't she?
Yeah, she did, but she did a good job with it. I mean, it's harder obviously to make the dive when you're back off the end, so it's not as bouncy, so she's not going to get as much height, but
just have a look here. Came a long way back there.
Way back there, and on the side as well, actually. But a great pike shape, and her legs just coming apart a bit there.
Almost saved it though, didn't she?
Yeah. Good, she did a good job.
Now Tino Tlogoski, and back 2.5 somersaults with tuck. Another really high degree of difficulty. So 2.8. This should be box office, folks. Either way it ends up, it should be fascinating.
Yeah, big dive.
He's an exciting diver. Very animated. Oh, just tried to rescue it at the finish, didn't he? Great flexibility, but couldn't quite pull it off.
You can see he's not quite satisfied with that. I saw him do it in training and he nailed it, so he'll be a little bit disappointed. But fairly new dive for Tino, so good on him for competing it here and getting some competition experience. He's just run out of room and kicked out a bit too early, so he's under-rotated.
Okay, and so the final round to come now. Olivia Fox from Albany Senior High School will be first up. She's going to do a back 2.5 somersaults with tuck, 2.8 degree of difficulty. So this again should be exciting.
Yeah, and a big dive for Olivia, so she's taking her time. I mean, there's only 4 divers in this event, so she doesn't want to feel rushed, so she's allowed to do that.
Can anybody take up diving? Could you take somebody 50 years of age and
we can go have a session after this if you like, Matt.
Well, I've got a fine broadcaster behind me who's a little bit older than me. He's experienced a lot of sports. Of course, we're talking about Brendan Telfer, who's going to be a commentator tomorrow. Even, seriously, somebody like Brendan, could you teach them to dive under all the different things you've got?
So long as someone can swim and, they're of relative fitness. We have a sort of masters class where, some of the parents and people like that come along and give diving a go. So
I'm not sure he's convinced sitting behind us.
We'll sign you both up. And
okay, so here we go. Final round. Olivia Fox from Albany Senior High School. Back 2.5 somersaults with tuck. Degree of difficulty of 2.8. You saw her taking her time, visualising, working through this, working through the biomechanics. Can she put it all together?
So you know, close but no cigar. I mean, big dive for Olivia. Obviously, I think it's pretty brand new for her as well. So good on her for doing it. Just held on a bit too long. See, hurt her head a bit there.
So the dives, they're all. So if you do this dive, this is a standard dive around the world. So it's not like you've got creative license and it falls within that category.
So it falls in the...
So you could see any diver in the world do that exact same dive with the same level of
That's right.
difficulty.
It's just that, you know, Olivia's only just sort of learned that dive. But,
Cade Bacon-Bootham from Samuel Marsden College. Just again over rotation on entry. That was a 2.2 degree of difficulty. So a big step up for her. Forward 2.5 somersaults.
Yep, and a lot going on. And 5.5, 6 may have got away with it actually. I mean, they're probably going to reward because she's so high up in the air, you know. But there, 1, 2, and you'll see here just legs flick over at the end there. So that's sort of a bit of an over rotation.
So 2 dives remaining. Adele Lundman of Wellington Girls College. Back 1.5 somersaults with tuck. Degree of difficulty of 1.9. So her final dive.
Yeah, and that's a great finish for Adeline. So that's the back 1.5. You know, we just saw the back 2.5 from Olivia, but she's executed that excellently. So
one of the angles maybe didn't show it as well as perhaps others for the judges. In regards to energy used, levels of exhaustion, I mean, are you exhausted at the end of 8 dives?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of sort of mental, emotional energy output. You know, your prep for each dive is, you know, there's a lot of visualization. You've got to warm up for each dive and things like that. So it's sort of a, you know, different sort of energy output. But here's Tino with reverse 2.5 somersaults. Tuck, big dive for him.
Does he nail it? Better.
Yeah.
Good clean entry. He'll be happy with that one. So he's finally put the parts together. Good performance from him. And well rewarded by the judges. A couple of 8s in there.
Yeah, good finish for Tino, showing what he can do. That's a big dive. 1, 2, and good clean entry there. Rip entry, as we call it, where there's no splash. So, you know, some good stuff from Tino, and he's certainly got some talent, and maybe one to watch for the future.
Now, tomorrow, what's on the cards tomorrow for the session? Are we off the platform tomorrow?
We are. So we'll have the same divers up again, but this time from the platform, and they will be able to choose whether they dive off the 5-metre platform, which is the one to the right there, the 7.5-metre platform with the Bailey sign there, or the top one, the 10-metre platform.
So the dives that we see them completing on the springboard are the same dives that we will see from the platform. Is there much change? Because clearly you don't get the spring off the platform that you get off the springboard.
Yeah, that's right. There'll be some similar, some different, and we'll see some handstand dives off the platform as well.
Okay.
So that's the big difference.
So in terms of physiology and I guess maybe the work you do, are just some divers better suited to the platform versus the springboard?
Yeah, absolutely. Generally, sort of your bigger, taller divers end up on the springboard, and platform is a slightly faster twitch takeoff. Your springboarders tend to be a little bit heavier as well, so that they can push that board down and get the spring out of it. So in terms of the takeoff and the start of the dive, they are slightly different techniques, and there's a little bit of different training regimes around that.
Okay, we are going to do the medal presentation in a moment. So, Liam, we'll get you go down poolside. I want to bring Brendan Telfer in. I want to chat about Greg Lagane's 1988 because he was there, and it's one of the great moments in diving, isn't it? And while we've got him, I'd like to hear the story.
Yeah.
And, of course, you'll hear Brendan's dulcet tones tomorrow here on day 2. Liam's going to go poolside. We're going to bring you the medal ceremony. We'll catch up with our winners as well. But let's bring in a man who's been to, I think, 10 Olympic Games in his career, has covered diving as well, is a resident these days of the Henderson-Waitakere area. And again, we'll be bringing you all the action tomorrow. Great pleasure. Brendan Telfer, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mark. Nice to be here. It's very familiar surrounds for me. I actually swim here most days, actually, but no. I see these divers practicing. They're here 2 or 3 days a week, and I've often thought it's one thing missing from my glittering aquatic career is I can't dive.
No, well, I'm scared of heights, Brendan, but
Yeah.
it's funny. We've got a shot standing maybe right here. You can just see this little 3-metre diving
Yes.
board, and you'll see the ropes attached to it. That's actually a harness. And you see the divers, when they're learning, harnessed into that.
Yeah.
And then that sort of basically takes their weight, almost like a parachute, and so they can practice doing their turns. And
Well, when I see these youngsters off the top, 10 metres, I guess, at the top there, my mind goes back to that awful moment in the aquatic complex in Seoul in 1988 when Leganis, and from memory, he was not on a particularly high platform. It was only probably a 5-metre platform from memory. It wasn't one of the really high ones. And he just, I just remember the noise more than anything, the sound of this. I wasn't sure what part of his body had hit what part of the board, or whether it had just hit the side of the pool. It was a horrible, horrible moment for everyone in the complex.
but if I remember, he still managed to hold the dive, though, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yes, that's right. I'm saying it was confusing because he completed the dive, but there was this terrible noise because there's always this absolute silence when these guys or divers are competing, and suddenly you hear this crack. Was it a gunshot or something? Then we realised, of course, what had happened, but he made a full recovery from it.
But it was one of the great Olympic moments for maybe the wrong, because he still went on and won the gold, wasn't it? It was, you know, that's the whole Olympic thing about adversity, isn't it? As we now have our medal presentation, Brendan, and we'll hold that story because the medal presentation now for our 17 and overs, and it is Cade Bacon. No, is it? No, what are we doing? So my apologies. It's Tino Slagowski, who is your gold medalist out at Onslow College. Total score of 385.35. Really busy dive, a big future ahead of him.
Yes, he was attempting probably the most complex dives of anyone, wasn't he? So he was taking that risk, as you do when you go for a high percentage dive, and here we see one of them.
It's wonderful athleticism, isn't it? Whether you get it right or not, it's remarkable what they do. And now our bronze medalist for our 17 and over girls, Kate Bacon Bootham from Samuel Marsden College, score of 262.30. She will pick up the bronze medal. And your silver medalist now, Adeline Lundman out of Wellington Girls College, score of 287.85. So congratulations to her and her school. Proud moment. Will forever be a silver medalist at New Zealand secondary schools. And your winner from Albany Senior High School with a dominating display, total of 356.05, Olivia Fox. Back in 2008, so just 16 years of age. Wonderful athletes, and they are your New Zealand secondary schools champions for 2023. And of course, Liam Stone will interview both of our winners shortly.
Well, we just have to hope that they can progress through the sport. It's a bit of a sleeper sport, isn't it, diving in New Zealand? So much focus goes on this, our swimmers, but very little focus ever goes on our divers.
Just talking to the administrators of the sport, they had some great momentum, and then COVID came along and really stifled some of that momentum. So it's another sport that's just trying to, regain its footing.
Well, I'll be interested to hear from Liam tomorrow about the standard of coaching in New Zealand, whether there is an opportunity or need to bring in top coaches from other parts of the world to lift the standard of our divers, or whether we've got enough coaches in New Zealand who can do that.
And then having the pathways too, and Liam is clearly one of those athletes that has represented New Zealand, and so you go back to his time at Albany High School and the progression that he's taken. Now we understand that Liam Stone is standing by with our men's winner, Timo Slaugoski and Olivia Fox.
Event. Tino, how do you, obviously you had a bit of a miss there, and then next dive was a big hit. How do you mentally deal with that and prep for that?
just got to remember that sometimes stuff doesn't go your way, and you've trained all these dives many, many times. You just got to get on with it, nothing else.
And Olivia, so I understand you've now got a training camp coming up after this event. How are you feeling about that, and how's that going to help with the rest of the season coming up?
Pretty exciting, get some new dives down, definitely pick some of the basics. Going to be super cool, getting ready for all of that next season.
Awesome. Yeah, well, congrats again and good luck for tomorrow. I understand you got platforms, so all the best for that. Good job. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, wonderful ambassadors, both of them. And I tell you what, one thing with the sport of diving is that I guess whether you end up making it Commonwealth Games, national level, you certainly get over your fear of heights.
Exactly, yes. And we'll be seeing that again tomorrow as they go a bit higher above the water.
Now, we do have, of course, the overall school championship, which is based on accumulated points across the different disciplines, and it's changed. Earlier on today, it was Rangitoto College in the lead. We've got an update, and I'll run through it in 12th. It's Bayfield at the moment. Columba, which is down in Dunedin. Liston College, great to see so many of the West Auckland schools participating here. They're currently sitting in 10th place. Rutherford, another one of the West Auckland schools, and then it's St Cuthbert sitting in 8th. Kristen College on Auckland's North Shore, followed then by Wellington Girls, who currently sit in 6th. The Mater Diocesan currently sitting in 5th on 53 points. Kristen College, another one of the private schools on Auckland's North Shore, currently sitting in 4th on 57.5. Onslow College, well done to them, currently sitting in 3rd with 81 points. The Mater Rangitoto, the largest school in the country, currently sit in 2nd place, 103, but the school that is leading this New Zealand secondary schools competition, and it's the school that Liam Stone went through, is Albany Junior High School, Albany Senior High School with 109.5, but it can all change. So tomorrow we bring you day 2 between 11 and 1. Just before we do go, we didn't quite finish the Greg Louganis story. The sad thing in the Greg Louganis story, it was so heroic, it was one of the great performances, but overshadowed days later by arguably the most controversial moment at the Olympic Games.
Yes, I think I was a jinxed commentator at those games because we'd hardly recovered from the shock of the injury suffered by Greg Louganis, and thank goodness it wasn't a serious one when I was sitting in the stand, not so very far away from the diving port actually, in Seoul, commentating the men's 100 metres and the world record. You'll remember the time that Ben Johnson ran in the 100 metres?
Oh, 9.83.
No, 9.79.
9.79, my apologies.
He broke the world record.
And, of course, we saw the women's world record go in the semi-final, didn't we? Which still stands.
So he broke the world record, and many shook their head in disbelief that he had taken so much off the world record, held by Calvert Smith, who was also in that race. And I do remember a couple of days later going down to breakfast in this big, huge media dining hall, and because we didn't have a morning session, our commentators who were doing the track and field got down there a little bit late, but there was this extraordinary buzz going around, the hundreds of journalists and other media people getting their breakfast, because the IOC had just put out a press release at 9 o'clock that morning informing us that Ben Johnson had been disqualified from the 100 metres. He returned a positive test for pseudoephedrine, I can't remember what it was now, and he was on a plane back to Canada. And he was disqualified, and everyone else was promoted. And it went down. I noticed at one final point, it went down, that 100 metres race was named, I think very appropriately some years later, as the dirtiest race in history, because eventually 6 of the 8 finalists got done for doping.
And the Greg Louganis' story came to an end very quickly. It's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure. Special thanks to Liam Stone. I hope you have enjoyed coverage here on day 1 of the New Zealand Diving National Secondary and Intermediate School Championships. We're back here live across Whakata Māori from around about 10 to 11 tomorrow. It's been a privilege and a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day.